Hello, everybody, and welcome to tonight's broadcast of the Risen Divine League Grand Finals, where we have got a rematch of Omega Gaming Wildcard taking on Teams Zenigma Solar. My name is Gordo. I am joined tonight by Goferino. And Goferino, we wished for it 3 weeks ago now, and our wishes have come true. We have got a rematch of this banger best of five series that we got to see in Winners Finals.
And that one went to all five games here, Gordo. So curious to see if it happens again tonight. Last time around, I believe it was actually a little bit on the quicker side for a best of five that went to all five games. Um, but that aside, tonight's tonight, and a lot has changed since then and now. 3 weeks have passed. One new patch has come on in, and we do have a sub here today for the side of Omega Game or Zenigma Solar.
Yeah, we do. It is going to be Tango coming in for Pure Genesis in the mid lane. So going to be that slight roster change to be on the lookout for on Enigma Solar. And, both teams have been prepping here. They've been bringing in some new champions into their rosters. I was taking a look at some of those solo queue stats, comparing them to what I had in my notes from 3 weeks ago. Diesel has been picking up this Gnar a lot on the side of Enigma Solar, and Hakai has been picking up the Zaya a lot more. And over on Omega Gaming Wildcard side, YYC did just recently hit Challenger a couple of weeks ago, so congratulations to him being unleashed after the AVL season ending just a couple of weeks ago. And, now certainly going to be prepared to come into this grand finals tonight.
Definitely have to be on your A game because it's quite literally grand finals. I mean, you kind of wouldn't want to miss it. We even have some players here. Well, I forget the word I was wanting to say, but some players making it here despite some hard circumstances because everybody's schedule a little bit busy here, but everybody's got time for a best of five here on this glorious Friday night.
Yeah, they had to reschedule a little bit to eventually get us to this spot, but I'm happy to have everybody on board. Minus one, Pure Genesis,
Yeah.
apparently unable to be here. That does mean there will be a two-ban penalty being levied at Enigma Solar for every game that they do end up using Tango as an emergency substitute. So will be only one ban in the first round coming through for Enigma Solar. They are starting off on the red side, so that's going to open up a lot of first pick options for Omega Gaming Wildcard. We'll see how these teams choose to make their side selections from there on out, knowing that fact to be true.
Because it's going to impact you quite a bit on red side. If you're missing those two bans on blue side, you can make up for it a little bit more by purposely letting some stuff through that you might pick up that's really powerful. The biggest thing though is that you are going to be missing out on those extra target bans that tend to be so crucial in leagues like this and also in best of five series like this because typically a lot of the things that you see pop off in the earlier games, like game one or two, they don't tend to come back all that much in games three, four, or five, depending on how far the series does go. And missing out on those two bans can have some pretty damn dire consequences.
Yeah, I absolutely can here. So, really going to be on the lookout for how that shifts some of these priorities here. Javi's Xin Zhao, Axum's Jace, YYC's Jin. These are some of the picks that really come to mind as the picks that you would want to target out up against Omega Gaming wildcards. Enigma Solar gonna have to limit their options towards just one of those at least until they can get their starting mid laner back in the lineup. Not sure if that's in the cards for them tonight or not. It's a private matter for them to resolve over on their own side. But until then, it's going to be on the lookout for Tango here to kind of fill those shoes and see how well he can perform up against Nightingale, who prioritizing these control mages throughout a lot of the season, both here and in the AVL, where I've also gotten to see him as my camera cuts out for who knows why. Gonna be a really tough matchup there to see for Tango, who has probably only played a couple of scrim games with this squad, and probably has a lot of catching up to do in a very short time, coming in as an emergency substitute at the final hour.
Yeah, more or less. Because there's always the question of synergy, knowing how to work with the team, because it is quite literally a very last minute sub. That's kind of the definition of e sub, but I believe we only knew about this as of like an hour and a half ish ago. Either way, it's definitely going to hurt things. It will also give you some mix-up potential because on the side of Mega Gaming Wildcard, they probably were preparing for not who showed up in the mid lane today, as it'll give you some leeway.
Yeah, definitely will here. I'm gonna try to dip into Tango's OPGG here if I can get an opportunity. He plays a lot of the Twisted Fate, plays a lot of the Vigar, a fair bit of Gangplank, Irelia, and Syndra in there as well. Not too far away from Pure Genesis's champion pool. You know, Pure Genesis is somebody who really is fond of those melees as well. Not particularly the Gangplank, but has a lot of gameplay in the Sylas, in the Kassadin, even in the Pantheon territory. So likely going to present an opportunity for pretty similar drafts coming through from Zenigma. You got to assume they don't have to swap up their entire game plan, but is definitely going to be a change of pace here for where they want to prioritize. I expect to see them go heavily towards the top side. Zadox is a player with some of that Proving Grounds level experience. He's was playing over on Glaive Esports Prime, I believe, last year when he made it into some of those main events. Really feared on that Lee Sin, big Viego and Rek'Sai player as well. And then Diesel in the top lane is similarly looking to kind of break through into that next level. He played in the Challengers Showcase that Team Ambition hosted a couple of weeks back. Had some great pop-off games there as well. I was impressed in the games I got to see out of him. So I think this is an opportunity to really focus towards the top side there. Meanwhile, on Omega Gaming Wildcard, it's got to be about the bot lane. YYC, the highest ranked player in this lobby for sure, has had great seasons both here and over in the Aegis Vanguard League, where I've gotten to check him out as well, and he found himself on some of those all-star lists. And 35701, renamed back from I Suck, I Suck, I Suck, is the same guy. Going back to that synergy bot lane, bunch of letters, bunch of numbers. You love to see it.
Yeah, yeah, people sometimes change their summoner names in game, and that can be a little bit tricky to track. It's also really great because sometimes you just slip up and say the wrong name. Because Boschetti, their IGN now is a bunch of bars, so if you hear us going we probably mean Boschetti. Either way, though, as we mentioned at the start of this stream, due to Zenigma Solar bringing in Tango as this emergency last-minute sub, they are going to be missing out on 2 bans in this first phase. That's why we see those 2 blank bans there. It's not that they were just sitting around and then finally at the last second like, okay, let's do this, and then they just kind of didn't. But Mega Gaming Wildcard gonna be taking off these big AD carrying threats here in the Lee Sin, in the Tryndamere, in the Jinx, all champions that can really pop off and dictate how a game goes.
Yeah, the Instalock Volibear going to come through from I'm Javi there. Going to be met by the Trundle and the Misfortune from Diesel and Zadox. So likely going to be that Trundle in the jungle to face off up against this Volibear, and the Misfortune priority coming through for Hakai. He hasn't played a bunch of that one so far here, but I like the choice to opt for an aggressive bot lane when you know that YYC may look to favor something that's going to allow him to scale up and carry into the later game. We'll see if it is going to be a bot lane selection coming through from Omega Gaming Wildcard. That Jhin, still very favored by YYC and is on the table. Some of the more meta options are there as well, though, and it will be the Xayah lock-in to face off against this Misfortune.
So the Xayah kind of operates a lot like Misfortune in a sense nowadays, with how you opt in for the more lethality poke-based build. So it's going to be a pretty bursty bot lane here. Curious to see what they lock in to go with the Xayah. There is always the Lovers Duo to go along with said Xayah. Still a pretty damn decent combo. Not as good with the lethality Xayah, just due to the fact that Xayah doesn't get as much benefit from it. But still, the big thing... Oh, no, it's going to be Leona. I don't know why my mind blanked, even though I saw that champion locked in. Very strong all-in from the Leona, and the Xayah can proc those Sunlight passives very easily if you time the Q and the Blade Collar just correctly.
All right, gonna put some priority towards Tango here on their next lock-in. Will be the Victor selected as that blind pick mid laner. Now they have the opportunity to ban out a few of Nightingale's comfort picks. The Kassadin going to be pretty high on that priority list. Would not be surprised to see the Vigar join him as well, although that is a doable lane for the Victor. Ornn going to hit that ban list over for the side of Wildcard. They just don't want the safe blind top laners to be available for Diesel here. They want to get an opportunity to counterpick with Axum if it does present itself, although I would expect Zenigma Solar to go for a support here on R4.
It is most likely going to be the support, unless they really want to keep like some weird flex situation going where it could be Trundle bottom. I don't believe the pillar a huge thing. I do agree because the Trundle can function pretty well. Okay, just picking up the Gnar here. I mean, not what we expected, but in terms of blindable top laners here that both these players play in Diesel and Axum, not too surprising.
I see Pure Genesis in the Twitch chat saying his plane just landed and he's on his way. So
Oh, let's
maybe
go.
maybe just a couple of games. I thought we were joking when talking about Pure Genesis not being at home, but maybe that's not as much of a joke as we may have initially realized. That Vigar going to be let through, going to get locked in by Nightingale. Wukong now going to be the selection for Axum. He sees that he has the opportunity to counter pick up against this Gnar and is going to fully
Oh
seize
wait.
on that opportunity by going for the freshly buffed
Ooh.
Monkey. And now it is going to be the Vex as the final lock-in. You gotta believe that's support Vex for Buscetti. This is one that we haven't gotten to see in organized play too much, but is really gonna be looking to play aggressively up against this Xayah Leona and really Pokemon out and scale up to be an additional mage threat in the later game.
Yeah. I myself haven't seen it. Maybe they're giving a shout out to Caddy. I know that Caddy switching from their longtime post show Marine picture or profile picture to the little Yordle there. Curious because part of me also thinks it could maybe be Misfortune support with a Victor or the why am I blanking on the Yordle's name?
Vex?
Vex.
Okay,
I
we
don't know.
got
I was
you.
blanking on that. It's like because I was saying it earlier, and then I just kind of randomly forgot. But it could potentially be that. But I'm seeing it most likely be that Vex support, like you mentioned. The passive where you have that fear does counter those dashes is very handy against Leona, but it does make for a very, very squishy bot lane here on the side of Zenigma Solar. And if they aren't careful and a Leona combo lands, it might just be lights out for them, especially if Yavi is coming in hot with a Volibear gank.
Yeah, absolutely here. That's going to be something to keep an eye on, especially with Volibear in the jungle, representing that dive threat. Such powerful early ganks. Going to be a big problem there for when you're playing as this squishy bot lane if you don't keep your wits about you. Expect to see Zadok's pathing towards that area. You know, he expects this Gnar to go even, especially in the early game, while Wukong is still scaling up. I would be looking to see if this Trundle is going to be able to make it down there in order to make something happen earlier on.
Mhm. Yeah, because you can make a lot happen in this early game for either side, really. But I am leaning towards a Mega Gaming wildcard just due to the fact you have the Leona Volibear, which is such a great setup tool for whatever the hell you want to do.
Yeah, great AoE setup with the Wukong as well, you know, with that Cyclone going to really be dishing out a lot of damage in a very small area and a lot of ways to interrupt the Misfortune ult as well, something that you really want to be on the lookout for. That Solar Flare, the Event Horizon from Vigar as well, going to be very effective in that area. And going to do a good job of segmenting off these teams where necessary. That's always something you like to keep a look at when you get Vigar's drafting coming on through.
Mhm.
The Gnar, the Trundle, going to want to step forward there, but they're going to want to be keeping their Victor and their Misfortune in the back line. Being able to segment them apart with a well-placed Event Horizon will really get a lot done. So we do see a couple of troll bans coming through in the in-client draft from Zenigma Solar, just to get us through this in-client draft a little bit faster.
Yeah, there is a chance that they're not allowed to do that as it does mess with the Risen stats website. Um, that's something admins will know and yell at them about eventually if it is an issue. However, we are gonna get to see where some of these champs are going. It is indeed gonna be the Wukong top lane. We didn't really touch on it, but the jungle Wukong was buffed this last patch, and I know people have been kind of talking about it a little bit. I haven't seen many moves towards it, but it is still something in people's minds, and it would be a hell of a time to bring it on out because probably haven't seen a lot of preparation against it, and it'd be a hell of a way to start off a best of 5 series. Mm,
Yeah, I really like the Wukong in this fresh patch. It can be jungled nowadays as well. Got some buffs in that department, but even the buffs that it did get are good for straight up top lane Wukong as well. Just a
yeah.
full second off the Q at every rank makes it a whole bunch stronger. The ability to W over walls gives you a whole lot of new flank opportunities. I really do think we haven't even fully explored just how much better Wukong is with that addition. I think, it takes quite a few games to really get a read on what giving that additional flank and mobility option onto a champion will do. And I'm really going to be excited to see it come out in organized play here from the Wukong and to see how it develops in the competitive meta in general over the coming weeks and months post Wukong buffs.
Mhm. But do you know where everyone is going now? It is indeed gonna be that Vex support. Um, I'm really curious to see how it interacts against this lane here because you are still that squishy control mage at the end of the day. And if you aren't able to time your passive correctly, use the personal space to maybe get an AoE fear, what have you, it is going to be a rough time in this lane because there's no heal to save you. And yeah, that's it's going to be rough if you're not walking that fine line.
Yeah, it's an interesting place here because you have to take the cleanse. It feels like you have to take the cleanse at least when you're up against
Yeah.
this Leona, this Veigar, this Volibear. But the fact that they do have so much CC and that even getting stunned for the teeniest bit of time is really going to set up for a very effective Blade Caller from YYC makes it feel like the benefits are pretty diminishing. But not having still going to feel the need to opt for it if they get hit by a rogue solar flare or event horizon or anything of the sort, but really just going to contribute to how absolutely set behind they are in regards to just how tanky they can be in the early game and how vulnerable they're going to be to these Volibear setups. Again, going to be on Zadox on the Trundle to try to find a way to be in a position to be able to back them up, or Diesel and Tango to be able to make some TPs happen to prevent some of these dives from coming on through.
Yeah. Of course, the thing with teleports is this season, you only can teleport to turrets before you hit 14 minutes and get that unleashed teleport. So they are going to have to be very reactive, which does suck. Roaming from the mid laners is also another interesting thing to put forward here because a Veigar roaming down and putting down a cage against a Misfortune and Vex, neither of which have dashes here, that could just be a free setup or just some free flashes blown. You could say the same-ish for Victor here. You roam down, you put down that gravity field. That's an easy Featherstorm ultimate taken away from YYC, or just forcing out the flash from either of those players. So I feel like there's gonna be action this game for sure when it comes to those roams and ganks.
Yeah, I'm going to be excited to check it out. This series was a ton of fun when we got to see it in Winners Finals. Went all the way to 5 games, eventually favoring Zenigma Solar. Mega Gaming Wildcard have fought their way back through the losers bracket to get into this grand finals, and this time hoping to turn this back into their favor. We're going to throw it to a quick break here while we get loaded onto the Rift for game number 1. But don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back as Omega Gaming Wildcard takes on Zenigma Solar for the first time tonight. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Arisen Divine League, where we've got Omega Gaming Wildcard taking on Team Zenigma Solar in our grand finals. A rematch of the winners' finals that did go all the way to 5 games. This time, Omega Gaming Wildcard are going to be trying to switch around that result, get themselves the win. Okay, have 5 members up in the top lane here, fishing around for Diesel. Haven't found him yet. Diesel will spot them on the tri-brush here and just hide back out in the bush.
Where's the response vision? Where's the response vision? Come on, Hakai. Drop that ward. Drop it.
Oh. No. Nope, he's holding it.
Hello? It's literally free? Or maybe the ward isn't available yet? Come on.
No, it's definitely available.
Yeah,
there
okay,
he
there
goes.
we go,
All right,
there we
he was
go.
just
They're
waiting
just
for it. He
waiting to
wants
get
it to
that
still
pulled
be
out.
there when they're actually
Yeah.
doing the red buff, you know? Maybe if they don't start red, he still gets a little bit of vision there. A
'Cause-
little bit of trading in the top side, but we're calm. We're chill.
But that is kind of like League 101 when it comes to 5v5 comp. Because if you see 5 of them up top level 1, or just 5 of them anywhere level 1, that means whoever the hell's on the opposite side of the map, you just go, yo, there's literally no one watching you. Go in, drop a free ward so we can track where this jungler is. Because you know how junglers can make a bit of a difference early game with their ganks and whatnot. So gonna be able to keep track a little bit of where Yavi is. They don't see him on the red buff, and okay, they don't see him on the red buff, so they know it's probably a topside Volibear right now. They're probably telling Diesel like, yo, just be careful, just in case.
Yeah, they probably have a good idea that Javi started on the blue buff. They still have vision of the red and know that it hasn't gone down quite yet. Zadox starting blue, pathing up towards top, has gone for the 3 camp start, so that's the fastest level 3 you can get for yourself. You may want to see if he gets an opportunity to math towards that top lane and make something happen.
Because you definitely can make things happen in this top lane. It is going to be a little bit tricky if Diesel's hop is up or if Axum has the clone available. But you certainly can make things happen here with either jungler. So it is another avenue to look towards. I know we have been seeing some Nars opt in much more for the split push build. Kai does not know there's a bear there, but they do have their spidey senses, and I'm guessing spiders counter bear.
And beyond the spider senses, they did see him do the red buff. The ward was still alive in that time. That's the couple of seconds that Hakai bought there by waiting to place the ward. So they know that Hakai's on this side, or that Javi rather is on this side of the map, and that they will be able to predict that he could be coming in for a bit of a gank there. Now they're starting to lose track of him a little bit. They haven't seen him in a while. They don't know what order he's doing his camps in. They are going to try to collapse on the 35701 here. Zadox moving forward, not going to be able to catch him after the flash. He's going to go back in with the Zenith Blade, though. Flash has already been used, focusing a lot of damage on to 35701, but Zadox taking it back in turn. Javi going to flash forward to finish that one on off, and now chasing forward on to this Vex and Misfortune, moving forward onto Hakai. That's going to be another kill going through to YYC, and they're going to take the dive onto Hakai as well. They pull back through for the root, but don't quite have the damage. 2 for 0 in the bot lane for Omega Gaming Wildcard.
And Omega Gaming Wildcard just kind of recognizing like, yo, what are you doing getting this damn close? We have a Leona Volibear here in this early game. Because once Biscotti doesn't have their fear, it's a level 2 Vex. Like, that is not a threat. And Zadox being taken down by the Ignite just makes it so easy to pick up those 2 kills there. You also spread the love between your jungler and AD carry. Hold that thought though, because we have a gank in the top lane with this untimely replay. Yep.
Yeah, there we go. Chasing forward onto Axum. It is going to be a nut back on in from the pillar. Diesel going to chase the rest of the way, and Zadox going to be able to pick up that kill. Team Zenigma Solar, they answer on the top side to get themselves on the board.
Nice little play there. Recognizing Axum, little too far up in this top lane. Let's just punish them real quick. Putting a Wukong behind, always very nice. Delaying that level 6 power spike. Okay, here's the replay from that bot fight. Starts off, that's a good pillar. You force out the flash, and Zadox thinks, okay, there's 3 versus 2, I'm fine. And it kind of looks fine afterwards as well, because you get this really nice combo down, but Hakai's not there to follow up. You don't have heal to save Zadox, and Muschetti just really has nothing left in the tank after they use their Ignite and their two abilities there. So it's just a very easy clean sweep here from Omega Gaming Wildcard in the bot lane.
Yeah, they know that 35701 used the flash, but now another dive coming through. This time onto Diesel. They're going to chase forward onto Javi. Javi does not have access to that flash. Is going to smite the Krugs just to try to stay at a full health total. Tango coming on through. Now Axum going to go in for the dive. One more crushing blow will be enough. Axum gets himself a second kill on the board. Taking down Diesel. Now going to be able to crash a pretty big wave here as well. Tango is going to be there to pick it on up, but this is an opportunity for Nightingale to crash his own wave.
Because Nightingale this entire time was not top lane, just farming up in the mid lane. Now has that farm advantage, that level advantage. Very huge, and should also have the really nice back setup here. It's not like Zedox really has the threat to turbo shove this in towards you. Zenigma, at the very least, even though they are down on kills, recognizing like, hey, they are going to have some back timers here in the mid lane. We saw that Volibear towards top side. It was a low health Volibear. Let's just turn towards this dragon. We can get a nice little early stack going. In 6.5 minutes for the first dragon. Still pretty decent. If you get them up on the spawns, that's sold just a little after 20-ish minutes, I want to say. I forget exact timing.
Yeah, and that's definitely a benefit that you want to be able to grab for yourself when you have this pushing bottom lane, right? You have the Misfortune and the Vex. They are going to be keeping that wave under the opponent's turret for as long as they possibly can. Now, 35701 going to try to get a response. Gets feared away by the personal space there. Hakai and Muschetti will keep themselves safe for the time being. Not 100% sure where that bear is, so just playing it safe and clearing out the wave wherever they can.
Yeah, do gotta keep being safe. But do also have to worry about 35701 potentially channeling a Hex Flash here and then using the Zenith Blade. Both junglers in the area here, but Omega Gaming Wildcard should have the advantage here with their better grouping and the fact that they already have an advantage in this bot lane thanks to that early 2-0 alongside First Blood. So it's just going to be a bit of a chill pill here. Or is it?
Yeah, Zadok still hanging in the area, wants to be able to match a potential dive if Javi did decide to go for it. Doesn't look like he's going to, though. Just moving back into his own jungle, going to head over towards those Krugs. Meanwhile, on the top side, Diesel trying to crash this wave up against Axum. Axum going to hit the level 7, though, and dive in for an aggressive trade. Hyperprocs, though, keeping Diesel pretty safe.
That's the beauty of Gnar. Yes, your range this early on in mini Gnar is very short. You need levels for your auto attack range to go up. It is still longer range than melee carries in the top lane, and just gives you that extra safety because if you already have a mark or two of the 3-hit passive down, you can very easily get in the last two for that hybrid proc. And just be moving on away. Axum, not the strongest kill threat right now, given that it is only the Sheen and the Kindle Gem. Probably want some attack damage under their belt here for a really threatening Cyclone all-in.
Yeah, definitely going to be wanting to try to at least complete the Divine Sunder or something of the sort. Tango nicely avoids that event horizon. That probably would have killed him.
It would have.
35701 is right there in the area to go follow up with all the CC in the world. Zadok starting on up onto this Rift Herald. They're rotating on up. Muschetti as well. Javi showing up to this one a little bit late, but already level 6 on the bear. Level 6 is available for Zadok as well. They move forward. He dives back on in, but he's just going to get subjugated by the Trundle. He gets melted through pretty quickly, but Muschetti going to be able to pick up that kill, and looks like the Rift Herald ends up going over towards Zadok as well. Now Axum is coming forward, spinning through with the Cyclone. Going to be able to pick up one kill there, but Diesel going to trade it back on the other side. It's a 2-for-2 so far with Rift Herald going over towards Team Zenigma, but that's a nice prediction over the wall there from 35701. He gets himself a lockdown with the Zenith Blade, and now Axum going to be able to chase over. Can jump over this wall with the clone. Is going to come over and is going to finish it off with another crushing blow. Axum 4-1 now on the Wukong.
And that's really scary because Wukong is a champion that can snowball pretty damn decently well. Now 4-1 should be able to get the Divine Sunder or the Triforce on this back, whichever they do please. I'm kind of feeling the Triforce here this game, just to give you all that extra damage, and Triforce still kind of slept on. More people are picking it up now, though. It is personal preference, though. We'll see what Axum does decide to go with, as I stall for time while they recall. But here's a replay. Nice start to the Rift Herald here, and Zenigma thinks they have it. course, Yavi is actually in the area, gets a lot of burst down with that ultimate, but it's really just Axum on the back of this fight with all those cooldowns down, with the health bars already kind of chunked down, able to finish off a lot of these stragglers.
Look at the Zenith Blade, too. Pretty well predicted. He knows exactly where Diesel's going to be. He does see him on the Tribrush ward when he starts the recall, but predicts the movement pretty perfectly to be able to land the follow-up and then let Axum pick up the next kill and go on the rampage.
Still, decently-ish even game. Omega Gaming Wildcard, in terms of raw gold, will have a noticeable leg up, but it's not a huge leg up. And it's going to come to a head here, I feel, around this next dragon. Rift Herald is still in the pocket of Zadox here, so if Zadox is able to get a good gank where they get a kill, instant flash on out, respecting that. What's the response, though?
There is a TP difference at work here. Axum does have it, Diesel does not. Would have to teleport to a turret. If he chose to do it sometime like right now, he would be here in time for the dragon fight. Not sure if they want to commit that quite yet, though. Javi is in the area. They are calling on down Nightingale. Top lane, still just farming away. They don't appear to have any intentions of rejoining around this dragon fight. Perhaps Omega would be willing to give it up.
Axum has the teleport here, has the Cyclone, has the fully completed Divine Sunderer as well. Like Omega Gaming Wildcard, they do have the item advantage here with their 2 first mythics completed. No mythics completed on the side of Zenith.
Stun coming on through. That's going to be the channel bullet time. Only getting a little bit of damage on across, though. The dragon will be smited on down by Javi, and Javi takes a bite out of another kill. Advance forward from YYC to throw on down the Featherstorm. Can't quite pull through with the Blade Caller, though. Is just going to be 1 kill and a dragon for 0 for Omega Gaming Wildcard. And even with all their gold invested in the top side, they win the fight.
Yeah, just a beautiful, beautiful event horizon from Nightingale there to lock down all those members. Smite fight going in the favor of Omega Gaming Wildcard as well. And that means Zenigma doesn't really have access to that early soul anymore, which can be just such a crucial way to get a free win con. That's just now not really in the pocket anymore. And that does suck when you're already on the back foot like this. At least they're able to pick up the first tower and bring back a lot of the gold lead that they did just lose.
Absolutely. Here, another advanced sword from Axum. He's got the Divine Sunder completed now, and you can see how some of the combat power really favors this Wukong over the Gnar at this point. The Wukong usually wants a few levels to scale on up anyway in matchups like this, and the fact that he's been skyrocketed so far ahead just makes that all the more terrible for Diesel's side. It's going to be very difficult to play this out from the Gnar. He is trying to get a recall and off through, but you can see he's having second thoughts about it. He wants to catch these waves, but he's got to be worried about getting dove once Cyclone comes back up.
Thankfully for Diesel, they are stacking up Mega Gnar here, and if there is a dive that does occur, you will have Mega Gnar for that. And Mega Gnar just gives you so much stupid base stats and damage that even if you are behind like this, you can get away with a lot of stuff when it comes to the 1v1s. Does expire though. That Cyclone's still up. Ooh, and they use the ulti on the wave here for clear.
Oh, and right as he transforms back into Mini Gnar, the 3-man gank comes through. Axum goes unstoppable. Teleport channeled for Tango. That's not going to end up saving anybody, but Sketty and Zadox are coming on up to just try to make anything happen, but the disengage is already completed for Omega Gaming Wildcard, and Nightingale is just taking turret in the bottom lane. Huge play for Omega Wildcard there. 4 members come up for Zenigma, and nothing ends up happening.
Oof, that was so close. Yeah, that's so tragic too, because that was a lot of patience coming out from Axum there on that play. I believe it was at least a solid minute just spent in that brush waiting for Diesel to push on out, because Axum definitely had money in their pocket. They could have gone back, spent a lot of money, but they go for the much more higher investment play here, and it does pay off for them pretty damn well.
Yeah, for sure here now. Gonna be able to recall, gonna be able to pick Hunt up the boots too. A couple of additional bits and bobs while he's over there. Did absorb Tango's ultimate as well. Tango really trying to force that wave under turret and knows that the Wukong is really blown a lot of the tools that he has available to him already and is low on health from the earlier play. We'll be able to crash that wave on in.
See what this does result in here, because It does feel like a little bit of a case of the calm before the storm right now. I
For
want to
sure
see.
here. Set up around mid lane. Hakai is over the wall trading with 35701. Does trigger that Eclipse. Javi is in the area. Pretty fast on this bear with the Turbo Chem Tank completed. Not going to end up going for anything, though. Just going to take the easy Rift Herald play instead. And the numbers advantage is here for Omega Gaming Wildcard. Team Zenigma Solar, they've got 3 in the mid lane, but they aren't moving up towards this side of the map.
It's kind of really hard to if they push up. Omega Gaming Wildcard just kind of cuts you off right after they take this Rift Herald. You have Nightingale coming up from that bot lane, so nothing much you can really do there. You get a little bit of a shove on in that's immediately countered. Call just seems to be, let's just set up for Dragon, get what we can, and Boschetti probably dies here if another ability lands. Yep.
It's just going to be Qs and ults, and that's all it really takes. He can avoid the Dark Matter, but it doesn't really matter after all. That's going to be Nightingale getting himself his first kill of the game. Meanwhile, trades of turrets, but now with this Rift Herald coming on through, Axum throwing on down the Cyclone, trying to finish off on a Tango, flashes forward, crushing blow, goes dominating as he finishes off another one up against the Zenigma mid laner. Hakai left all alone and not going to be able to turn much around.
Yep, the 80 carry mid lane duo of Zenigma trying to bait that one out, but it turns out the Wukong that already has 7.1k gold, very easy to just one-shot victories. And they're going to be able to keep continuing this advantage. Let's see what the call is, because they're trying to punish this mid lane push.
Yeah, Javi taking a lot of damage here on the top side, and Diesel chasing down onto YYC, goes Mega to be able to stay alive. Javi gonna end up falling on down. There's going to be the Solar Flare to finish on off onto that top laner, but now moving on forward is going to be Zadox. He's got full HP. Axum is joining the party, though. No Cyclone available. Dragon is alive and is in everybody's mind, but all of these health bars are so very low, except for Axum's from the side of Omega Gaming Wildcard. Push on through. They are all funneled into this choke. What can Vigar do? Throws on down. The Event Horizon. Boschetti, taken so low here, is going to have to back away. Zadox finds a path onto Axum, and they're trying to focus on down the Monkey. This is a whole big shutdown that they can get for themselves, and they will be able to get it. And now only the ticking health bars left here from the bottom side of Omega. They have to back away as Zadox going to be able to start off the Dragon.
Yeah, Yavi did just respawn, does not have the Stormbringer or Flash to get into this pit, though. So this should just be a free pickup on the Dragon, and a great play by Zenigma there, recognizing like, hey, this was a 1-for-1 when we're behind. We have a bit of a health bar advantage. Oh, their 6-in-1 top laner is now just all by themselves. So why don't we just kind of pick up that really huge fatty shutdown? Now they reap their rewards, bring the gold lead back once again to very, very close shouting distance.
Yeah, absolutely does a lot of work there, especially from Zadox, zoning off Axum, throwing on down that pillar to set up for the rest of the team. Gets themselves that crucial pick. It gets themselves that crucial shutdown gold, as well as the Dragon. Closest thing to a fight wins Enigma Solar's had in a while, and they do get themselves pretty nicely in the lead as a result.
Here's the start of that play, and it's a really long one. It just starts off with, hey, Wukong's in the top side, they're pushing this on in, let's go for this fight. Really great pickups there on the top side as we see Yavi taken down, we see Nightingale unable to do anything, and Diesel, at the very least, able to buy a metric ton of time before they do drop. And here's a bit of dancing while this all happens. We can see a little bit of a Vigar moment at the bot corner of our screen.
Yeah, Nightingale trading 1-for-1 there, gets the full burst out, but look at the extended fight here. You know, they feel like they've got Boschetti, but Axum is just getting fought on out, finally gets knocked on in by the pillar, and then everybody piles the damage in, and he's so far away from the team, they can't get in time.
Yeah, keep in mind that the Cyclone was not available at all for Axum during that fight. So that just made it so much rougher. Had that Cyclone been up, Axum probably could have bodied a bunch of people in the back lane, but that's not the case. We see Diesel able to TP there in on the back, and we are once again back to live here. Very even, just like last series, but Yavi might be a little bit caught out. Meganar is available. Look for that ulti.
Yeah, it does try to buffer it with the ultimate there, but Diesel wisely waits, now pulls him back on in. Zadok's going to be able to finish off that kill, and now the chase coming through onto Boschetti. Axum is still very large on this Wukong and does still have the Cyclone, goes for it, is going to try to knock up on all these targets. He's getting feared for a little bit too long, but he does get the second cast off. That's going to be enough for 2 kills to go on over towards Nightingale and YYC, and now they can punish Zadox. Nightingale is pinned up against the wall by a perfect pillar from Zadox. Has nowhere left to go, and his teammates leave him out to dry. YYC now getting forced back away. Tango gonna laser him down, and Zadok's gonna chase forward onto 35701. It's an ace for Zenigma Solar.
And keep in mind, Hakai wasn't there for that play. That was a 4 versus 5. So, I mean, props to Zenigma. They were behind, but now they are... Okay, technically ahead, but we'll say ahead because it definitely feels like they were much more ahead in spirit there with how well they played that fight. Once again, singling out Axum there, being able to burst down the monkey that is the most fed member on Omega Gaming Wildcard, and then turning their attention to the rest of Omega Gaming Wildcard afterwards, working out pretty damn well for them here so far. As it, yeah, Gordo.
Yeah, no, I mean, and just shedding a single tear for Nightingale here as he gets stuck up against the wall.
It happens.
It can't move due to that pillar. That's an unfortunate one, you know. You give some credit over to Zadox, good job finding that angle, assuming he was actually looking for it. But yeah, just a feels bad moment there for Nightingale. Hard to avoid those sorts of situations. It feels bad once again here, getting Nard into the wall, getting completely demolished in the one-on-one. Finally, Diesel will be able to pick on up that kill, but Javi is here to punish him for the dive. Will be able to make that into a 1-for-1.
Technically in the favor of Mega Gaming Wildcard there, since they do also get the assist money off of that. I'm not sure what the grander consequences of that 1-for-1 is. I think it's just going to be kind of an exchange of blood on both sides. It does free up this top side, though, for Zenigma, so Zenigma coming out on top here, now that I see with hindsight 2020.
Yeah, Black Cleaver now completed for Axum. He is still where a lot of this game has to be played. YYC also getting himself nice little gold lead, 4-1 now on the Xayah, very close to the Muramana transformation. It's going to be crucial to keep an eye on over this next Dragon fight. Surely Omega Gaming Wildcard are not going to want to give over Soul Point. But wow, a big influx of gold into Zenigma Solar's pockets as they get not just 1, but 2 turrets in the top lane. And YYC getting a little pick to the mid lane is going to be able to avoid that damage. And now ulti over the pillar. Javi going to chomp on down on a Tango and be able to pick up that kill. Axum full tanking the bullet time, goes on forward, but he's just too deep and he will lose his life for it. Now Boschetti going to try to keep the fight going, gets a nice Everfrost on across multiple members, but Nightingale going to be able to burst back onto him in turn. 35701 goes into the stasis. That's a big 3-man Gnar to get the stuns on across, and Nightingale going to have to head for the hills after that one. It's a 2-for-3 in favor of Zenigma Solar. Big plays there by Diesel and Zadox to keep the fight going.
Extremely bloody affair. In the end, it looks like Zenigma are going to be able to crack open this base turret here. They get a Demolish proc down. They also have their AD carry here. Does look like it's going to cost him Zadox here in the top lane. I keep wanting to say Zadox. Zadox here in the top lane as the pause does come out. Very unfortunate timing. Never mind. Okay, very fortunate timing.
Well, we thought about it for a second, and decided maybe it's not a bug after all. We'll get a little bit of a screen freeze coming on through here. That's a new feature in 2022
Oh yeah, that happens now.
League of Legends. Yeah, I know. It's just great. Sometimes after a pause, you want another pause, just so you can really take in what's just occurred. What's just occurred has been a mid lane inhibitor going on down for the side of Omega Gaming Wildcard. We're going to transition back to the draft.
That's a good replay, yeah. We're getting a replay of Champion Select.
Very fun, very fun. So we're moving back on through. All right, we're at the cameras. Hey, everybody.
Hi.
Probably just resolving whatever issue was occurred by that pause there.
He caught me sitting.
Caught you sleeping, man. But no, I mean, this has been a really close game and a big turnaround from Team Zenigma Solar. Over and over again, they keep getting catches onto Axum, just over aggressing. He got so much on this Wukong early on, and he feels like he can take on the whole world. And as shown in these last couple of fights, he really can't, at least not yet. He's diving forward through the bullet time to try to get that ultimate onto multiple members, but he can't even get the second Cyclone some of these times, as he ends up going down just a little bit too quickly. And that's given a big opening for Team Zenigma Solar to fight back in this game.
It's really unfortunate for Axum. A lot of it does kind of come down to they just get singled out, like we've been saying. Whether it's a pillar, whether it's just them being away from the team looking for a flank. It happens, but these are costly mistakes that do happen. And now Zenigma in the driver's seat of this game. Not completely, but with this Meganar coming on in,
All right, Javi dashing forward onto Diesel, but that's going to be a big Gnar opportunity. This is not the fight lines that they were looking for. Axum, though, in the backside, manages to get himself 1 kill onto Hakai and opens up some room for Diesel to be finished off by the rest of the team. It's actually a 2-for-1 in favor of Omega Wildcard, but we've been here before, Goferino. 3 health bars, incredibly low for Omega Gaming Wildcard. It means they can't push any farther forward. Zadox and Tango, with some assistance from the Vex there, Buschetti is not going to be able to get onto that dragon, and that means soul point for Zenigma Solar.
And whew, a lot happened that fight. Even though it was only a 1-for-1, still a lot did happen. And Zenigma now on soul point, like you said. See how they pressure with this, because people do give the Cloud Soul a lot of flack, but it's still pretty damn good, hella value. And it's still like 10,000 gold worth of just pure stats. Who's gonna say no to that? Oh, replay. Howdy ho, stranger. Yeah, so here's a thing you don't. That's a Gnar that's about to Mega Evolve, and you're walking into that as 4.
Yeah, definitely just makes the fight a lot harder. It gets a lot of damage on a cross, but a great engage there from Axum. Realizes that he's got to buy time for the team on this Mega Gnar, or it's just going to be a disaster for the fight. So getting into the backline, getting onto Hakai, taking him out, in fact, and getting out with his life. That was a great fight for Axum.
Great fight indeed. Finally able to get what they want to do on the backline, even though they were solo. It did cost Axum their flash, though, so it's not the most repeatable play, but it does work out. And you'll be able to do that again next Dragon Cyclone coming on out, doing a decent chunk, especially with this Cleaver finished. There's the Gnar, there's the flash from Diesel. Are they outie this?
Yeah, they are going to be able to pick this up, but I mean, Baron is getting started now by Team Zenigma Solar. I mean, Diesel is buying so much time. The 3-man squad going to go and try to interrupt the Baron here, but surely they've got to get at least Diesel. It's going to be Baron falling down to about half HP. Diesel still getting chased on the other side of the map. Axum should be able to close this one out here pretty soon. Javi finishes off that kill. Now, can Nightingale buy enough time? Throwing on over the Dark Matter. Engage here from Buschetti. Locks down onto the Vigar. Zonias the ultimate. Such a big deal there, but Nightingale going to go on a killing spree anyway, and now here comes Javi on the other side, going to jump onto Tango and take him out. Now it's going to be Hakai getting chased on farther back. YYC's got the damage on the backside. A perfectly placed stun from Nightingale to carry through the rest of the fight, and that's going to be the ace. 2 for 5 for Omega Gaming Wildcard.
And Baron here, like, Zenigma, it looks so good for them because he bought so much time on that bot side for you to just get on to this Baron, but they don't do it fast enough, and then they kind of like half split off it, half keep doing it. And then also the bullet time from Hakai just going wide in that fight cost them so much. They're going to pick up Baron here, and now once again Omega Gaming Wildcard back in the driver's seat of this game. Yes, it does only say about a 2K, or not even a 2K difference on the scoreboard. It's a little over 1K here. Here's how that fight goes down, though, because they're trying to do the Baron. They get it decently chunked down, but here comes the contest. We see them dancing around. You don't want to get hit by the cage. They're trying to just fight back, eat up all this Baron damage, but they're not really getting too much done. And Buschetti just going in way too deep. The bullet time really not hitting anyone. Really screws over Zenigma here. And great punish by Omega Gaming Wildcard, especially since Axum able to come back on up from the base alongside Yavi.
Yeah, Javi and Axum with the cross-country play there start by ganking Gnar in the bottom lane, end up joining the Baron fight and winning it for the squad. Had some question marks about the hard engage on the Gnar there, but the three-man squad of Omega Gaming Wildcard successfully delayed the Baron. Great plays by Nightingale, great plays by YYC, great plays by 35701. Keep it going, as that's going to be the Shadow Surge on a Nightingale, and he's got no tools left from the last fight. Easy shutdown, picked up for Tango as Axum TPs into the fight, but he's just a little bit too late. Now they're going to engage onto Diesel. The stun comes on through. They will be able to finish off that kill, but now 35701 is the next target getting caught out. He will fall on down. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Team Zenigma Solar.
2-for-1 right before the dragon. That might just be Soul is coming up. Great fear onto Axum.
Over the wall, throwing on down the Cyclone. 2 targets low here. If he can find a way to get on through for the second Cyclone, but instead he feels like he's just got a kite on out. YYC going to be able to find his kill onto Hakai, but now he's the last man standing. Trades it back onto Tango, but the ace is going to come through for Zenigma anyway. Zadox and Muschetti stay alive here and are going to be able to keep this push going. Nightingale going to respawn here in about 3 seconds. They decide they don't want to go for the dragon quite yet. It's not going to be up for 15 seconds, but they do think they have a chance here to get onto this inhibitor. They are going to find themselves face-to-face with Nightingale's Vigar, though. Stun comes on through. There's the Everfrost. Full combo. Zadox still stays at just a little bit of HP, though.
A little closer comfort. That was like one of those really awkward timings on the fights, too, because Enigma are like, yes, we won that. Let's get Soul. Oh, wait, it's coming up in 20 seconds from now? I guess we'll try and get Inhib, but they can't really just to. They should still get Soul here. 35701 is in the area. Solar Flare? Yeah, that's not going to seal it. And that's now Cloud Soul claimed by Zenigma off the back of that teamfight win. And also, very importantly, completely shutting down Omega Gaming Wildcard's Baron power play there.
Yeah, this is now 4 items completed for the Trundle plus boots. Zadox is huge in this game, number 1. And with that Air Soul on their backs as well, they are going to be feeling pretty good about their chances in these upcoming fights. YYC going for that. Ooh, Hakai actually nearly takes him out. But YYC going for this lethality-focused build. They are not the best anti-tank team, and Zadox is very, very tanky now.
That kind of applies to both teams here, because they're both pretty bursty in nature. In fact, your most consistent damage will be from the top side of the map here, given that Wukong, Volibear, Trundle, and Gnar, they all auto-attack a lot, they all build AD, and, you know, that's going to add up over time. So, yeah, tank shredding definitely going to be an issue this game. Both AD carries, though, have the Shreddia's Grudge? Shreddia's?
Sorelda's.
Sorelda's.
Thank you. Thank you, Caddy.
Sorelda's. The Sriracha sauce grudge.
Exactly. We got it. We figured it out there. As Nightingale is kind of this target we got to look towards for Omega Gaming Wildcard. He does scale infinitely. He is going to just get stronger and stronger as this game keeps going on, and is already pretty strong to boot. Once he gets that Void Staff completed, which doesn't appear to be anytime soon, that might be a way to eventually be able to work your way through these big, beefy frontliners. But see, YYC in the meantime, though, is going to have to be the one relied upon for taking out Zadox. It's going to take him a little while. Advance forward from Javi. There's going to be the stun. Doesn't quite land. Zadox just a little bit too fast in the frozen domain.
Oh, that was really damn close, too, because Zadox did pause in place for a bit there when they were pressing the pillar button. Tango will get this tower. The question is, will it cost their lives here? There is the collapse coming from multiple members. Does look like, yeah, Tango's not getting out of this one too easily. They could have
turn around on the Nightingale, though. He's going to have to go into the stasis, but that's going to be time for Zadox to be able to flash the rest of the way. Tango finishes on off the kill with a little bit of assistance from the Trundle, and that's going to be a big pickup for Team Zenigma Solar. They can look to maybe even end the game off of that one as they push forward onto that mid lane inhibitor and now find an angle onto YYC. He's going to have to go into the Featherstorm to stay alive, and now the teleport getting channeled by Diesel. They want to engage farther with their 5 versus 4 advantage. advantage. Will they be able to do so? They've got minions coming on through here. Only one Nexus turret left alive. A big 4-man ultimate comes through from Axum, and again with the Volibear on top. Big shutdown coming through onto Hakai, and now they're focusing forward onto Tango. He's going to fall down as well, but look at Zadox. Zadox's health bar is still full. He's still just slamming away with that club, and has already been able to pick up a double kill. Now he's going to look to move forward onto more. Diesel getting chased farther and farther away, and the Trundle is just unstoppable on top of Javi. Zadox cannot be answered without the carry still alive, and he's going to be able to finish off the ace for Zenigma Solar, but Nightingale is back alive. Will he be able to stop this play from coming on through? I don't think so, Goferino. I'm thinking that this might be all she wrote for this game number 1, as Nightingale's getting chased down. Will make it a 1-for-1, but Zadox will end the game solo.
What a game and a half there. Very close all the way up until the end here. I mean, it's a 34-minute game here. The Nexus is dying. It's not even a 5k goal differential. Like, this is really goddamn close for a game of League of Legends. 32-30 in kills. Towers are pretty damn even too. Well, kind of close. But, I mean, we're definitely in for a whole ass series here, Gordo. And keep in mind, this was 2 bans down and with a emergency sub for Zenigma.
Yeah, buying a little bit of time there for Mr. Pure Genesis to be able to rejoin the squad, but a great win there for Team Zenigma Solar, even with the substitute, as you said. Zadox on the Trundle. A fantastic performance here. 12-3-14, gets himself such a huge lead, and in that last team fight ends up being so valuable. They take out Nightingale and YYC right at the start, so there's nobody left who can actually work their way through this Trundle. You're gonna sit there smacking away all day long, and eventually, you know, it gets enough damage on through to be able to win the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, both these comms kind of have that issue here, and whoever was kind of winning in those fights would be the one who gets to exacerbate it in their favor. We see Zenigma Solar in that case, with that Trundle just being way too damn hard to kill. And yeah, game 2 is gonna be a huge shakeup here, because there's still only gonna be 1 ban, I believe, unless if they are back. What's their name? Mirage? No.
Pure Genesis?
Pure Genesis. I don't know where Mirage came from. If Pure Genesis is back, I don't know how hard customs are screwing them over, though.
I think it's got to be domestic, right?
I feel
I
like
choose
it's
to
domestic,
believe.
yeah.
I choose to believe it's domestic, but
I
we will
choose
see.
you, domestic chew.
We'll see if he's going to be able to rejoin us here. We're going to throw to another break, though, as we get into draft for game number 2. Whoever may or may not be involved in it, we'll see you all in a couple of moments. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Arisen Divine League Grand Finals, where we've got Team Zenigma Solar taking on Omega Gaming Wildcard. Omega swapping to the red side here for game number two, fresh off of a loss in game number one. Still going to be this two-ban penalty being levied at Zenigma Solar after still having to run that substitute in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Tango holding their own for the most part. There were some times where it did feel like they got a little bit ganged up on, but overall, pretty decent showing considering it is a last minute substitution. Um, I believe the overlay is wrong and Pure Genesis should still be Tango. Pure Genesis not quite here yet, so probably going to be coming in game three. At the same time, Zenigma winning with the loss of two bans and with a sub. I mean, hey, props.
Yeah. I mean, hey, there's that old rule, right, where you don't change what's working in sports. Uh, you do change the layout though to show Tango. Thank you for that, Caddy. As even if Pure Genesis is here, you just want a game with Tango. Maybe you run it back with Tango. See, maybe he's the recipe for success here. I do think Omega Wildcard came out in game number one last time these squads played, so it's Enigma Solar already off to a better start.
Yep. Um, so curious to see because Omega Gaming Wildcard, they did have that advantage in the early game. It wasn't massive, but it was still an advantage nonetheless. And okay, the misfortune that did work out pretty well for Zenigma last game. Gonna be insta-locked here. I know more and more people have been turning their attention towards the misfortune after the Jinx nerfs, after the Aphelios nerfs, having to go to other AD carries, the Ashe also taken off the board. That's also been rising in priority. We could see the Xayah once again into this misfortune. Would make sense. Wouldn't be too surprised. It could also be the Jinx. You do have to be wary of what the misfortune is paired with here in the bot lane. But it is just the classic case of the lane bully AD carry versus the hyperscaling AD carry.
Yeah, and Jake's nothing to scoff at in lane either. I feel like this is a Trundle look for Javi. Javi loves that Trundle. He plays a fair bit of it. He plays the Xin Zhao mostly, but the Trundle is pretty close up there. I think it's at number 2 or 3. And Zadok's just played so well on it previously. Instead, though, they are going to go for this Udyr, going for a little bit more of a scaling setup now with the addition of this hard clear champion. Now we'll see what the response is going to be. Zadox wants to take that Trundle once again, fresh off of a great performance on it. And if they still want to keep blind picking the victor, because while Tango was successful in game number one, you got to wonder how deep that well goes when you're playing with a teammate who maybe doesn't have the most synergy with your team. Maybe, you don't have all of the drafts prepared around him. Maybe you just want to lean back on this victor again.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Worked out well for you, even though you did get kind of counterpicked there in the mid lane. It isn't the hardest counterpick. It's just one of those matchups where it's like, yeah, it kind of sucks, and I know I'm a little bit on the back foot, but it's not the end of the world. The Ornn, though, going to be locked in here to secure that hyperscaling bruiser assassin DPS juggernaut tank in the top lane that was so damn effective in the LCS finals. It's kind of funny how I believe it was 2 series in a row we saw Team Liquid get absolutely just smashed by back-to-back Ornn games, and they cannot deal with the. See if it's a similar case here, or if Axum's able to do better than LCS talent.
Yeah, possibly here. It was also Cloud9 was really struggling against that Ornn too. I mean, that was. Ornn's been a meme across the whole world though lately. I feel like the teams that have discovered Ornn have been the most successful all around the world, and I don't see any nerfs incoming. So I'm ready for an Ornn-filled MSI. Now, not to get too far ahead of ourselves for Risen Divine League finals, I'm excited to see some Ornn as well. Gnar going to be the counterpick here for the side of Axum. They are going to ban away the Vex support here. So look at that, Boschetti pulling some Vex support bans, my dude.
Mm-hmm. And they played a pretty damn decent Vex support last game in the laning phase, able to use that personal space with that fear to dissuade 35-701 from those Leona engages, and was able to have some pretty decent pop-off engages in the later stages of the game. Did have some slip-ups, if we recall that time where Nightingale just pressed 2 buttons as the Vygar and was able to pick up an easy kill. Such is the life of a squishy support when you're trapped in a Vygar cage, but what can you do about that? But what are you going to start rounding off your draft with? Mega Gaming Wildcard, they can lock in the support here, guarantee safety for their Jinx. The Lulu is available, something that we do often see with the Jinx with how much protection it gives. You can also go for other enchanters too, those are all open. What's the pick gonna be?
Yeah, you gotta believe you want to save last pick, counter pick for Nightingale here. You don't know what Tango is going to be going for yet at this point. The Azir,
Ooh,
though, just going to be
okay.
the lock on in. This is a comfort pick for Nightingale. They like to play these sorts of scaling control mage mid laners. Azir really right up in the front there with them. So pretty much a straight front to back team fight comp here from the side of Omega Wildcard. Presumably they're going to want some engage to go with this Udyr in the bottom lane support position. But their draft's coming together pretty nicely here. Now going to be Veigar locked on in here. That's likely going to be for Tango to face off against Nightingale on the Azir. Will be outranged, but will be able to just farm on up and scale for himself. With the Ornn locked in as well, Zenigma Solar, they've got quite the wombo combo team fight comp. See what they want to take at the support position.
Yeah, Zenigma have a very, very great comp at just making someone in a certain zone disappear, whether you land the cage on them, whether they get hit up, knocked up, bopped up by the Ornn CC. And that's even more Death Zone here combined with the Pike Gordo. So Zenigma Solar just going for full on, you know what? Let's just kind of kill him within the first few seconds of the fight here sort of composition. And I'm here for it. It's going to be explosive. It's going to be fun. It's going to be over pretty damn quick if they get their way.
Yeah, wow, the snowballing Pike here getting taken here into the bottom lane to go alongside this Misfortune. Wonder what the counter pick is here from 35701. He does go for the Nautilus to pair on up with the Jinx. They needed this engage source, so definitely makes a lot of sense. And going to be looking to punish the Pike while he's at it as well. Does have some good opportunities to do so. Doesn't mind getting hooked in too much. So I like the selection here. And just going to be a straight front-to-back team fighting comp from Omega Gaming Wildcards. Enigma Solar, maybe looking for a couple more picks here with this Veigar Pike. And definitely going to have some of that great AoE wombo combo here with the Misfortune and with the Ornn.
Mhm. Very heavily wombo combo orientated on Zenigma Solar's part. Omega Gaming Wildcard, like you said, they're in it for the long haul here. My biggest worry is that Omega Gaming Wildcard, a lot of their engage is either you run at them or you have to be in kind of medium to closest range to go for that. And when you're in that sort of range and you're against a Trundle plus Veigar, it gets really hard to navigate around it. Like, Yavi, you're going to be having to run around cage, you're going to be having to run pillar. Nightingale, if you're trapped as a mini Gnar in either one of those, you're probably not coming out alive. And then 35701, Nautilus has really potent engage, and yes, the Dredgeline hook can be deceptively long range. I mean, we've all seen the hitbox memes, but it is going to put you in threat range of this Veigar, of this Trundle, and if you don't land those abilities, you might not be coming out.
Yeah, absolutely going to be a risk there. And yeah, getting trapped is definitely something you got to be thinking about here from this Enigma Solar squad. Something I want to see, a little fun bit of synergy here from this Enigma Solar comp is Ornn can knock people up off of Trundle Pillar. So, he's kind of got access to two different sources of the knockup there with both his own pillar and the Trundle one. And you can also kind of do it instantaneously. So you can choose to shearing charge forward with nothing in front of you. And if Zadok's places the pillar after he starts the charge animation, you can get like a little mini Malphite ultimate there.
Yeah. I mean, it would also destroy the pillar, which kind of sucks, so do what you want with that.
It does. It does. Listen. All
It might
plans
come
have
up.
pros and cons. Go for all right. The cons are you waste your Trundle pillar. The pros are you do get your instantaneous or knockout.
It's a give or take game. We might get to see that funny little interaction. Who knows? Who knows? Well, I mean, we'll definitely know by the end of the game, but we're talking about mm, probably 40 minutes from now, upper bound of estimate.
Yeah, for sure here. And looking again towards the Veigar here, has great chances to really punish engagers like Gnar and Udyr, champions who really need to get themselves into the fray. get punished especially hard by Event Horizon. They can get locked inside of it. Udyr especially, he's got to get up into melee range with you and start bear slapping you to really make anything happen. So going to be a tough scenario if he finds himself getting caught in the Vigar cage. He does go very, very fast though, so can
Yeah.
always try to
Yeah.
escape. And that's another angle to contemplate is what kind of Udyr are we going to end up seeing from I'm
Mhm.
Javi? Because there's kind of two schools of thoughts with the Udyr, right? You can go for the Turbo Chem Tank Udyr, often goes Phase Rush as well, and will really just be looking to get that initial engage a little bit faster. There's also people go for the Sunfire Aegis Lethal Tempo Udyr, which is a little bit higher damage, a little bit more kind of solo carry, farm up, and be unstoppable later on oriented. Both are viable, both get played a fair bit. So I'm going to be really interested to see which ones ends up coming out.
There is also the other more damagey Udyr builds that are much more
Full
solo queue
AP.
orientated. Probably, I mean, I'm not holding out for them, but we might get to see the Trick 2G special here with the Udyr. Maybe. Who knows? But we are starting to know where everybody's going. Nothing really too surprising. This is what we expected here. And Omega Gaming Wildcard, they do have some nice tools in this early game with the Udyr, with the Nautilus, to at least buy time for their backline to scale on up, to stop early aggression from Zenigma Solar, or at least get some aggression for themselves to get themselves rolling. Because Zenigma Solar will definitely have a lot of the momentum in this early game. They'll be able to dictate how a lot of this early game goes, how a lot of the early Dragons and Rift Heralds go. So it's on Omega Gaming Wildcard to weather the storm, more or less.
Yeah, it definitely is here. And this is the style that Omega Gaming Wildcard have liked to play throughout the season, right? They like to have, everybody likes to have the Jinx in 2022, but they especially like to have the Jinx on
Mhm.
YYC. They know that he's this reliable late game marksman. They love to have Nightingale on these control mages like the Azir. Even Javi's joining the party, going for the Ood. You're going to be hard farming and looking to scale up a little bit. So this is a style that they feel very comfortable with and that they like to be able to play on out. It does feel though like it's really been punished here by a lot of the draft that Enigma of Solar have gone for, right? They've got the one tank set up against the Trundle, who's really going to get punished. They have a lot of powerful disengage options in the form of the Event Horizon from the Vigar and the threatening combo that brings with Bullet Time and with Call of the Forge God. So really looking like they have a strong plan here on Enigma Solar's side of punishing Udyr for running at you and looking to instead try to make some picks on the side and avoid that kind of front to back confrontation.
Because it's definitely gonna be a bit of a bonanza here from Zenigma if they do get their way. Because once the reset trains start coming on in here for Biscotti in the bot lane as this Pike, well, team fights might just be kind of over for a Mega Game Wildcard. Because once YYC falls, once you have Nightingale fall as well, there kind of goes all the gas in your tank, and you don't really have the best backline protection for them, which is a huge concern for me regarding this Omega Gaming Wildcard composition, because when you have these two hyper carries, you usually want someone in the backline guaranteed with them, but no one's really filling that purpose, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Something else to be keeping our eyes on there, and what should be a spicy bottom lane here too. Misfortune plus Pike, surely going to be looking to take some fight towards YYC and 35701. These guys have been working together so well all season long, and are certainly not to be underestimated. But they're playing some standard meta up against some spice here from Hakai and Boschetti. So really going to be a challenge to play up against with comfort for the side of a big gaming wildcard, but what feels like some nice counter picks here from Zenigma Solar. We're gonna throw it to a quick break while we get loaded onto the rift for game number 2, but we will see you guys in just a couple of moments. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast for the Risen Divine League Grand Finals, where Team Zenigma Solar are 1-0 up over Omega Gaming Wildcard. Omega taking to the rift here for game number 2, swapping over to the red side, hoping to tie us up at 1-1. Still going to be
Well,
looking forward to a 5-gamer here, go for Eno. We got
okay, you
that
there?
last time. I know that they could do it again. Tango's still in instead of pure Genesis, but yeah, that didn't
Yeah,
seem to stop Enigma in game number 1.
yeah. Because I heard Pure Genesis was like just logging in or something from Twitch chat, but sadly, probably just not able to. Yeah, there's always a bit of timing issues, and also listening to Twitch chat. Don't click risky links you see in Twitch chat, says the automated bot. You know, we'd be stalling for time just a little.
I definitely agree here. It is going to be the double stack from YYC and 35701. In this bottom lane brush, they're looking to punish on Hakai and Boschetti, and they come in from leashing red buff. But that's not what they're doing at all. They are, in fact, just hanging out under the turret, and Zadox is starting up on the top side.
Okay. See what comes of this in the bot lane. Nothing much. Okay. I was like, okay. Are they going to try something a little risky and frisky? It does not seem to be the case. Boschetti and Hakai, though, should be really hard fighting here, looking for as fast of a level 2 as possible. Because Pyke's level 2 power spike, when you have the hook, when you have the deep water toe. No, it's not the deep water toe. Sometimes abilities are hard to remember the name of. But when you have the QE combo, it is such a stupid strong all-in tool. And I'm surprised they aren't fighting harder here, weren't trying to immediately shove that wave on in. Now level 2 picked up here for the Mega Gaming Wildcard bot lane, so gonna stifle a lot of that potential threat here in the bot lane.
Yeah, it is really tough to really beat a Jinx lane to that level 2. You know, she gets to hit all the minions at once with those rockets, and so can very often just kind of force that into her favor. Zadox, though, going for an early move towards bottom lane, is going to find 35701 here. The pillar gets thrown on down. He's going to have to dredge line himself out to safety, pulls himself to the wall, but Zadox is still chasing him the rest of the way in. Nightingale's found an angle here onto Tango. Javi showing on up here as well, but he might get CC'd on up. That's the flash forward for the stun from Boschetti, and now 35701 getting chased on down as well. He doesn't have access to the flash any longer. The heal not going to give him enough movement speed. He will fall down as well. Zadox and Boschetti each with a kill on the board. A great early game here from Team Zenigma.
And just like last game, we see a 2-0 early on in the bot lane by the blue side. Of course, different teams this time, different champions in the bot lane. The result is still the same. And you can snowball that lead here as Zenigma. We know how hard they can wombo combo. You got some snowball here for this Pyke on Boschetti. This is what you can do
finds a pull in on the YYC. This is not going well for Omega at all. Go for Eno.
Yeah, they don't have Yavi either in the area. And 35701 is spotted by this ward, so really just great early plays here from Zenigma. They should force out the Stream. A shuffle from Nightingale. Not the biggest loss, Nightingale probably wanting to back anyways, but it does afford Tango a little bit of preference when it comes to their own back here.
Yeah, definitely does. Tango,
look at all these long swords.
It's a lot of long swords. You know, they're gonna go buy out the whole store. They're gonna take every long sword that you can give them. 2 for Hakai, 2 for Boschetti. They are returning back to the lane here. We saw Tango take a bit of a rough side of a trade with Nightingale as that fight was breaking out in the bottom lane, but you know, that wasn't enough to really swing it back in Omega's favor. A great engage there from Boschetti really solidifies it as they punish Javi.
And now with the quadruple longsword power spike in this bot lane, for what's probably going to be double lethality builds here, because it is the Comet with the tier start on this Misfortune for Hakai. That's going to be a lot of just pure damage against YYC, who is going to be very squishy, not having a ton of armor. You know, 80k base stats tend to be on the lower side of things. Thankfully, though, they can just sit under this turret, wait on up, just try and survive under here. Hope they don't get hooked in by any stray Pyke Qs.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for the skewer. will
Yeah.
definitely become quite the big issue here, especially with all the assist goals that they picked up. But they actually pull Boschetti under the turret, and that's going to be a return kill picked up for 35701. You got to watch out for the hooks on both sides.
Yep. That's the thing with the Pike. You tend to be pretty damn squishy, and with that death, it takes away a lot of the momentum in this bot lane, and it gives over first dragon to a Mega Gaming Wildcard. The scaling team getting the dragon that's gonna benefit their backline so much more when it comes to damage. I mean, they appreciate that. They're just getting a little bit of cheat scaling coming on in. Boschetti is back in the area, and Zenigma probably wanting to try and bait this, but Mega Gaming Wildcard just wisely backing off, going, yeah, we got our dub here. We got a kill. We got dragon. We stabilized bot lane a little bit. You know, we fine. We chilling.
We certainly are. Gopher is now Diesel going to be coming on in from the top side. Throwing on down a little bit of vision, but not going to find an opportunity to go any farther. Guaranteeing that Tango will be able to safely recall, get himself his tier, get himself Ruby Crystal as well, and return to lane up against Nightingale. They're staying pretty even there in that top side. Axum developing a little bit of the lead up in the top.
A little bit expected here for the Gnar into the Ornn. The Ornn really needs the Call of the Forge God to have kill threat, as the Searing Charge is pretty easy for the Gnar to dodge on if Axum has that little hop available. If it isn't, you can definitely go for it. Call of the Forge God is available now. Boschetti. Babe, darling.
Getting caught here
He's
by
the
Hobby.
Underwater Toe, yeah.
Yeah, Phantom Undertow over the
Phantom
wall.
Undertow. That was
Gets
close.
himself out of dodge. Will be safe for the time being, but gonna be chunked out pretty low. We'll trust the passive to regenerate him up a fair bit off of gray health. Javi continuing to just full clear as hard and as often as he can. Is going to run into Zadok's here over his Wraiths though. And Zadok's going to make this pretty tough. Nightingale's in the area to provide backup though.
There isn't hard CC outside of the Bear Paw to deal with Zadok's just walking on in. Great pillar to keep Javi out of their own jungle. Potentially steal away this red buff in combination with that cage landing. No, it's just a full-on brawl.
Yeah, Nightingale just going in for the ultimate. Zadok's going to end up giving up the kill. Axum forced to flash away from Diesel in the top side, but that's a straight win for Omega Gaming Wildcard, and that's an early kill for their Azir. Zadok's just feeling a little overconfident there. Doesn't have ultimate yet. Is going to end up going on down to that Azir chase down, and now Javi sees an opportunity to make something happen onto Diesel here. Going to land that bear slap. Now 35701 going to have access to the hook. Nice immune there from the Bellows Breath. Will get Diesel out of dodge.
Just barely, but a very costly invade there from Zenigma. They don't even pick up the red buff there, so that kind of Giga sucks. Not really going to sugarcoat it here for Zenigma. They were able to get some really nice early momentum off that bot lane 2-for-0. Has dropped down. Let's see what the response is, though. The cage does miss. The Primordial Burst able to finish that one on off, followed by a Baleful Strike to help finish off the other kill.
Yeah, just demolishes Axum there. He's just a little bit too low. The flash forward and the Primordial Burst will be enough to finish it. Great punish there from Team Zenigma Solar. They get themselves 2 kills right back and take the lead that they had once again. YYC going to get chunked to about half HP there by the bullet time, and that might set up for the dive here. Not level 6 on the Pike yet, but I don't know if Boschetti especially cares. He will dodge on away with the Phantom Undertow, and a successful 2 versus 1 kill for Hakai and Boschetti.
Yep, that's what happens when the Nihilus roams. It means YYC a little bit lonesome and vulnerable to any dives in a 2-on-1 situation, as we kind of see there. Great little pickup here, and now Zenigma feeling pretty fine and dandy. 5-2, able to rekindle some of that early game magic and put themselves back in the pure gold lead. I want to see what they do with this next dragon, though, because you have this earlier game powerful composition, you have all your ultimates available, you're going to have some nice little item spikes here with the makings of the lethality mythics in the bot lane, with the makings of your mythics in the jungle and the mid here. That's going to give you a pretty powerful team fight in this more closed off space around that dragon pit. I want to see some setup here from Zenigma. Either get some picks before the dragon, set up some vision to look to get some picks as dragon happens, or just get everybody in the death zone and go get dragon on from there. Whatever happens, I want to see Zenigma make magic happen around this dragon, and then like really start to try and snowball the game from there.
Yeah, that is definitely something I want to be on the lookout for as well. See if they can get those dragons leveraged along with their lead to try to take some control over this game. Omega Gaming Wildcard falling behind, but does have a team comp that is going to be quite strong later on. That's a nice skewer, though, coming through from Biscotti on the pike. Hakai going to get himself another kill there, and that's going to be a cut given on over to the pike as well.
Your cut of the money, indeed. Okay, Rift Herald as well. The Gnar is down, but when you have 3 other people coming up in this top lane, it's going to take a miracle. It's going to take a teleport and the call of Forge God being up to save Diesel.
That's actually such a good TP there from Tango, too. He really nullifies the dive that was getting set up there by the 3-man squad of Omega Gaming Wildcard. It means they basically get nothing. It's now 35701, going to make it even less than that as he falls on down and gives a kill over to Biscotti.
Super high Rift Herald value in the bot lane because not only do you get that...
They got another one!
It's like in the movies where it's like, all right, what's under your hat? They take it off. There's another hat under there. Okay, what's under that hat? That's another hat, but instead it's just teleports. With all those members we see in the top lane, though, from Omega Gaming Wildcard, Zenigma just able to take so much control on this bot side. They pick up those kills. They pick up first turret. Another Rift Herald charge to boot on that inner turret. And the dragon as well. Diesel, don't know if they have enough to finish this on.
See, with the Bellows Breath, one more searing charge.
Oh, okay.
Diesel gets the solo kill in the top lane. 1-0 now on the Ornn with the addition of his Sunfire Aegis. Will be able to pick up a kill up against Axum.
And that kind of sucks here for Axum. Now 0-2 as this Gnar. Should be having a much easier time in this matchup, but due to the fact they were kind of low there from the preceding scuffles and whatnot, makes it very easy for Diesel to just hop on top of them. Biscotti thankfully does have the Phantom Undertow, not the... I forget what Undertow I said it was before. Just shimmy on out of there.
Yeah, no. And, you know, it's a bad sign when the opposing support has more gold than anyone on your team. And, yeah, it's Pike. You know, he generates a little bit of additional gold. But, you know, only one of those is from an ultimate. A lot of those are just kills that he's been able to pick up on his own. He's already got that Umbral Glaive there. It's tough. It's not a good situation to be in for a Mega Gaming Wildcard. And, you know, even the Veigar, who has the least gold on the team, has more gold than anyone on your team. So you definitely don't want it to be a 5-5 split like that.
Yeah, more or less. And the fact that it is a pretty hefty 4K gold lead at this point in the game, like, this is going to be a gold lead that is really, really felt. It's not like super game ending. There is still a potential to come back, but it is a really hard sell to come back from. And the gold lead is at the perfect spot at this point in time where you have 4 first item completions online before anyone on the enemy team here for Mega Gaming Wildcard has finished anything for themselves. That's pretty damn huge with the next Rift Herald coming up in just a few minutes here. With the next dragon going to be in about 2.5-ish minutes as well. It gives you a lot of just power and like priority over the map here as Zenigma when you're already winning. You can make yourself win that much harder if you're able to abuse this huge item gap right now.
Definitely true. And not going to have a dragon to be able to do it on for a couple more minutes, but looking towards this Rift Herald, which is going to be up in about 30 seconds, as a potential another target. And you can see Zadok's just trying to move around through the enemy jungle, trying to set himself up for any opportunity he can find. Axum going back mini might be the target here. Zadok has snuck on in behind. There's Call the Forge God going to get that knock up on a cross. Flash away, still gets hit by it, and they're going to block off the only escape route with that pillar. Diesel gets himself another kill. Nightingale TP's on up to try to make something happen, but not going to be able to do it. And once again, Omega Gaming Wildcard, they dedicate resources towards responding to a play, and it doesn't end up working out. Although this is going to be a big pick potentially out of Biscotti, and he's just going to be able to undertow away. They can't catch on to him. He is going to escape, and maybe Javi can make something happen in the mid lane. He's advancing forward onto Hakai. Hakai is getting chased down. Hakai will go down here. Big shutdown to Javi.
That was still a mostly free kill. I feel like they should have tried to really give that to YYC there to get that shutdown. Wait,
Ooh,
what was that
okay.
pillar? It just bops him back in.
Yeah, now it's going to be
Hey,
a flash forward from Zadox. They want to finish off on a YYC. They will be able to do it. The Phantom Undertow lands as
22.
well. Masterful pike play here from Buschetti as he is now going to flash away just to try to keep himself alive. Will have the reset, goes for the double kill, throws it on down, doesn't get the reset on that one, but now can they get on a Nightingale as well? Two
This is
versus
disgusting.
4! 2 versus 4 from Team Zenigma Solar. Absolutely bananas from Zadox and Buschetti.
Okay, to be fair, it was like a 2 versus 2 versus 2 versus 2. But that is still really goddamn impressive. There was only one death from below used there by Buschetti, if I'm not mistaken.
He
Just
missed
really
one,
great
too.
coordination. Hello? Did you cut out, Gordo? Okay.
No,
Cool.
I was just saying he missed one as well. But wow, what a crazy fight there from Buschetti and Zadox. You know, taking on all comers and coming up successful.
Yeah, now 13-3 in kills. And an AK gold lead 16.5 minutes into the game. You know, that's going to be a bit of a sore spot to deal with if you're a Mega Gaming Wildcard and there's a dragon coming up in 10 seconds.
Ooh.
Good hook, though.
Another dredge line.
Back.
Yeah, Hakai's out of there. He's done. They will be able to pick up this turret and this objective bounty for it, too. And now maybe it's time to look towards Dragon. TP in, though. That's going to be Diesel coming on through.
Goes for the Forge
available now. 3-man knock-up. Another 3-man knock-up from the Searing Charge. And this fight is all going to be Zenigma Solar. Tango is teleported on in to be able to provide a little assistance on the additional kills. And this is just a rampage here for Zenigma Solar. They keep on going. They can tank turrets all day long with Diesel, but maybe they can't. Maybe that's a little bit too far. They are going to lose Buschetti. Zadox now getting chased away as well. Diesel is on the other side, just kind of making fun of his buddy. They will back on away there, but my goodness, Team Zenigma Solar, they have themselves such a massive lead, and they are pushing it at every opportunity.
I mean, that was just such a great TP flying from Diesel there. Recognizing, okay, they kind of used a decent amount there to pick off Hakai. Let's just teleport behind him. This is the 2 versus, like, 4 from earlier, though. That's such a troll pillar, like... When I saw that, I'm like, Nani the frick? But the flash in onto YYC, you finish him off with that death from below. All this CC as well from this pike. Buschetti just putting in so much work, keeping these members just not able to do anything. Nightingale, yeah, it's just too little too late now. You don't have that Emperor's Divide. You don't have the Shrema Shuffle. It's all done and dusted there.
Whew. Bit deep in now, going to be able to avoid all the skills though, and escape. Everybody takes level 11 and buys all their items at the same time, and
it happens.
It does, and they're gonna start looking up towards the top river. They've been able to pick themselves up another dragon as well, going to be 2-1 in that department. As objectives all down, plenty of turrets down as well. You got to believe the top outer is going to be next on the menu.
It's free pickings. You don't have to worry about bot side here because there's no dragon for another 4 minutes. You picked up the Rift Herald, so the only objectives on the map for now are gonna be these turrets. I mean, okay, in about a minute there's gonna be a Baron, but you're not okay. You are that far ahead, but you do want a little bit more setup. This is another way to get even further ahead. Gonna force out that big old wall. I don't think it's enough.
It is not. Zadox goes unstoppable there. Chases down on a Nightingale. It's a disastrous game so far from a gaming wildcard. Just losing out on opportunities at every single turn. And not able to make any return plays happen. Axum is getting all into by Diesel here. Diesel is just trying to prevent him from being able to TP. Or maybe he's just trying to solo kill him, actually, as Diesel is coming out ahead here consistently. He's kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone as he tries to keep the pressure on the Gnar and also prevents the TP from ever coming on through. Rift Herald in the top lane, going to bust through the inhibitor turret. And remember like 10 seconds ago when I said they were going to target top outer turret go Farino? Well, all the top turrets are now gone.
I mean, they certainly did target that top outer and the rest of its family, so a little personal there. Good undertow stun, another big chunk of change going into this Pike's pocket. I'm Javi, gonna be doing what they can. It is that 1 in 3 Udyr though, going for that full tank build. You are running through the death zone, the gauge, the bullet time. it's not a fun time to say the least, and the fight's still going because there is still that death from below available here. More resets abound.
Ooh, just barely
Oh,
misses it on the edge there. And YYC actually finishes off a kill out of Tango while he's at it. So that's going to be 2 kills picked up pretty quickly there from a gaming wildcard. Diesel TP's in the top lane, but now just has to back away because he's lost 2 teammates. And, you know, they can look for inner turret perhaps, and it looks like they will.
Can't do squat.
Yeah,
There's a
no.
frozen heart completed for Zadox, so you're really gonna be doing nothing as this Jinx.
Diesel's got Warmogs, so he never has to recall again. I think that's the game plan here.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's probably going to be able to execute that game plan. I don't know who on Omega Gaming Wildcard can touch this Ornn right now.
If you have enough people focused firing the Ornn, because you are still scaling even with how far behind you are. The biggest thing is you just need to start claiming some bounties, whether it's kill bounties or objective bounties here for free, to really bring yourself back into the game. Because, yeah, looking at the gold graph, a little brutal. We can see... Okay, there was 2 pikes there for a second. Diesel was looking a little biscotti there. But all is fixed, all is well now.
Yeah, almost a 12k gold lead for Zenigma Solar, which is about as big as we really ever get to see. They tend to not get much bigger than that because the game tends to end. And we might be getting dangerously close to that territory here as so much has been earned here for Zenigma Solar. They've gotten so many turrets here in just 22 minutes. And one more big pick, one more big fight could very well end this game for Omega Gaming Wildcard.
As Omega Gaming Wildcard's composition, like, it's just so hard for them when they're behind like this, because they already have to walk through the zoning gauntlet that is Zenigma's comp here with all the CC, with all the just massive AoE that's poured out by the various members of their team. But you're also just super far behind. Like, this is an Udyr who's 1-4-2, just sitting on the Turbo Chem Tank and the Moon Plate. So it's like, you're not really going to be surviving too much. Okay, you have 2 items on this Gnar, but you really need that Mega Gnar available. That's only every so often. And there's a bit of an issue. It's called Baron.
Oh, what a hook there from Biscotti. Pulls 35701 out of the blast cone. And that's going to be an easy kill picked up for Zenigma Solar. And they say, ah, you know what, 5 versus 4, that's enough. Maybe we'll start on up the Baron.
And they got this super huge lead. I just love how you saw 3507 just shoot up in the air like Omega Gaming Wildcard had like a space program. Axum does have the Mega Gnar. It is timing out now, though, and Omega Gaming Wildcard just kind of opting to not go for that. Free Baron, though, for Zenigma. That's making things even more impossible for Omega Gaming Wildcard, TBH.
Yeah, losing Axum is a rough one as well there. Super Mega Death Rocket comes across the map, doesn't manage to steal away anything. They will be able to claim themselves the objective bounty on the Dragon, but now they've got to be worried about the siege that's likely forthcoming. Tango pushing with the Baron buff in the bottom lane, teleport from Nightingale. This is going to be a 4-man squad, ganging onto Tango. Flash away just to try to buy time because he knows he's got teammates in the area coming on through. Nearly one-shots YYC, but YYC will be able to stay alive as now the siege going to break out in the mid and top lanes. Mostly the mid, as this 4-man squad of teams Zenigma Solar are just going to push on forward and rip through the mid lane inhibitor. They can move up towards top as well if they want to pick themselves up that wave.
Just letting the minions finish off that mid lane inhibitor. Big old bullet time coming through. Just after YYC went to base and recovered from taking 2 abilities from Tango, they're now already down below half health. Here comes the Man Bear Pig running on in. Is it enough, though? Because they don't have some big tools here. You don't have the Emperor's Defy. You don't have... Okay, now you have the Super Mega Death Rocket, but... Mega Gaming Wildcard on death's door in this game, and probably in this series as well, because by all accounts, by all metrics, by all measures, Zenigma should be taking this one home, bar some colossal screw-up, followed by another big screw-up. So Mega Gaming Wildcard, they really have to get the mental reset in for this next game, because, man, they are just getting torn asunder here in this game, too.
Yeah, for sure. Checking out the replay, you can see how they ended up losing Tango. Teleports into the bottom lane, gets matched by Nightingale. Now in the 1 versus 4, Good flash here to avoid the engage, but it is going to get chased down anyway. They don't quite have the ability to get the members there in time.
And it's just back to business as usual on the Rift. There's a little bit of Baron buff left here. For Zenigma, probably going to be expiring pretty soon though. But they've gotten what they wanted. They already took down 2 inhibitors. They took a team fight win. They just got to siege up this bottom turret with the remaining bit of their Baron buff. Let the supers just pour on in the other lanes. You have this massive advantage. Poke them out, zone them out, look for that hook into potential reset here. And then just do business as usual. Like, just follow the textbook example here. Follow the textbook steps and you should be able to close this one out easy peasy.
Forward. That's going to be a big hook on a 35701. Here comes the Paul, the Forge God, to knock up onto everybody. Moving forward, make it the double knockup once again. Diesel having a fantastic Ornn game here, and this is going to be it for game number 2. Goferino, Zenigma Solar wiping the floor with Omega Gaming Wildcard. 25-8 on the scoreboard, a 16K gold lead. That's going to be match point for Team Zenigma.
And this is down 2 bans and with an emergency sub in the mid lane, mind you. Last time these 2 teams met, it went all the way to 5 games, and we're going to have a repeat this time around here, Gordo. Omega Gaming Wildcard, they're going to have to start pulling off the reverse sweep. Game number 1, pretty damn close, all things considered. But game 2, I wouldn't call this close by most metrics.
No, I mean, and a lot of that off the back of Boschetti's Pike, right? You got to give him credit for how much of an insane performance dives, absolutely bananas. Cannot believe that we got to witness that here on stream. And those 2 popping off in game number 1 as well. The Trundle again for Zadox and the Vex for Boschetti that time around. The jungle support synergy from Team Zenigma Solar has just been very, very difficult for Omega Gaming Wildcard to overcome tonight.
And especially in that last game we saw, I mean, there was that highlight reel that Zenigma probably going to be clipping and posting on their socials, I feel. That is a worthy clip to be bragging about on the Twitter or the Facebook or the whatever social media you want to use. But that aside, very impressive win. Very quick, very clean. It was kind of close at the start, but really with that 2 versus 4 in the early stages of the mid game / later stages of the early game, Zenigma really just starting to break out, and they play their comp as expected. They snowball really hard, and they just kind of end fights before they begin with how much damn burst they have.
Yeah, absolutely here. Hard to come back from, certainly, from that early game. So Omega Gaming Wildcard going to have to come in with the hard reset for this game number 3 to try to reverse sweep this series. We're going to see if they're going to be able to do it in just a few minutes. We're going to throw it to a quick break while we get in the draft for game number 3. We'll see you all back again very soon. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Risen Divine League Grand Finals, where we have got Team Zenigma Solar sitting at 2-0 up over Omega Gaming Wildcard. One more win will do it, and will crown them champions here, Goferino. And after a 5-game series 3 weeks ago, I don't think either of us really expected this.
Yeah, there's a lot we didn't expect this series. Like the 2-0, like you mentioned, the E sub, and the fact that it's much more one-sided here in that second game. Was a very close game number one though. Mega Gaming Wildcard. There is a reason they were able to bring it to 5 games 3 weeks ago. They just need to rekindle the magic, and you can definitely say last game could be chalked up a decent bit to draft difference at the very least. Tango gonna still be in though, so there will still be 2 missed bans here. If Zenigma Solar win this, they won't even have time for Pure Genesis to come back in time.
That is true. That is true. And add that to the list of unexpected things tonight is 2 wins while 2 bans down and a substitute player in. Tango's been performing very well, though. Had a pretty solid game on the Victor in game number 1. Had a solid game on the Vigar in game number 2. See if he shows us anything else here with his third game. And if he just leads them to a 3-0 victory here in the finals, it feels pretty good as a substitute, I gotta believe.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely would be a crowning achievement. Like, yes, I came in for a single series and we won the championships. It's like, but you weren't with them the entire time.
Undefeated.
But I was undefeated with them in the championships, and
He
I brought
just
home the
slammed the
trophy.
Trundle first pick.
Yeah, I
Xanax
mean, the
has
only
been popping
taken off the
off on
board.
it. I
The
mean,
other option would have been the Misfortune, probably, but I'm guessing they just don't think YYC's playing it, because if I recall correctly, Yavi does play a decent amount of Trundle themselves, and Axum potentially too. What's the response going to be, though? Because Omega Game and Wildcard, they really have not had the best ways of dealing with this Trundle so far this series. We saw how it popped off in Game 1 being unkillable, how it popped off in Game 2 just being such a zoning menace. And it looks like Viego is going to be the try this time.
yeah, looks like they are still sticking, at least partially, with this scaling game plan. They want this Viego to be able to be a menace later on, to be able to pop off in team fights with all the resets. We'll see. Camille Blind for Axum is the selection here. Oh, trying to take a change of direction in the top lane at the very least, and see if they can get another carry up there.
A very strong split push carry threat. Like you said, it is blinded, which is kind of big here. We know how big solo lane counter picks can be. Does also mean that once again it is going to be the Misfortune here for Hakai. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They've been having a pretty good series, all things considered, so far as the Misfortune. They do their job, You are that lane bully. You do have that good poke. You have those very strong initial team fight bursts. The Victor once again coming in for Tango. Here's Enigma, kind of embodying the whole mentality of if it ain't broke, don't fix it right now in this draft.
Yeah, this was the same first 3 that they took in game number 1. Right in the
Different
same
side,
order as
different
well. It was
side.
Trundle, Misfortune, Victor. So, running it back this time around, they, of course, now have to give over an opportunity for a counter pick a little bit earlier on the Victor, because they aren't on red side this time. We'll see what the selection ends up being. And the LeBlanc comes through for Nightingale.
Oh, Omega Gaming Wildcard. This is... I mean, their backs are up against the wall. I do appreciate them just bringing out all the stops here. And they are just countering fire with fire here, it would seem. You got damage in the top, damage in the jungle. Me sneezing on the desk and damage in the mid lane here. This is a metric ton of single target damage here from Omega Gaming Wildcard. And whatever picks they get, whatever split push game they set up is going to be a menace for Zenigma Solar to deal with, because Zenigma Solar has been tending much more towards just the full-on teamfight comps this series, but if Omega Gaming Wildcard gets their way here, Gordo is able to stretch out Zenigma Solar across the map. Hey, maybe Omega Gaming Wildcard able to make huge cash money with this comp.
Yeah, potentially going to be the game plan here. They do switch gears here for Nightingale. take him on the LeBlanc instead of on the Azir. Probably two of the more different champions in League of Legends. Those two right there. At least as far as mid laners go. Going to be taking this assassin style, trying to take the fight up against Tango. We'll see if that's what ends up paying off big time here. Is a couple of support bans levied towards Biscotti. At least I think that's a Nico support ban. The Pike as well. Biscotti having such a good series here so far is going to be the target of the ban. So the Nautilus is going to be locked on in. He still could go for the Vex again. I mean, it would be pretty solid against what is now a pretty dash-heavy team composition from Omega Wildcard.
That's true, yeah. And it is a similar setup to game number 1 with more dashes on the enemy team. You don't know the enemy ADC yet, but Omega Gaming Wildcard, this is like pick and 1v1 just burst embodied here because you have a Hextech Ultimatum, you have, I mean, Nautilus's entire kit to keep someone locked down. You have the Viego, you have the LeBlanc and Camille here all ready to just burst down whoever gets caught out. And it's really potent. But the Zenigma Solar could potentially just do a full game 1 run back here. If they do pick up the Vex support.
Yeah, definitely could be. Is something to be keeping in mind. The Rakan is going to be the selection for Biscotti here, so playing it a little safe, not going for the spice that we got to see, and YYC on the vein. Omega Gaming Wildcard going for the full solo queue comp here. No tanks, just pick, just fight, just skirmish. That's the game plan here for this game number 3 to try to fight themselves back into this series.
Yep, although Omega Gaming Wildcard, like, if they ever have to deal with a Baron Siege, they are so giga screwed because they have no way of dealing with wave clear. They have to get picks here. They have to get the 1v1s, and they certainly do have the tools for it here, Gordo. But the earnest is on them to find those situations. You can't just do the Nayram here with this composition. You have to get a little bit creative with how you approach fights. You want to set up for them that much earlier so you can get that 1v1, that 2v2, that pick off, and then translate that into objective, whether it's turret, whether it's dragon, whether it's herald, whether it's baron, or the entire damn game here. Mega Game and Wildcard, they're pulling all the punches here in what might be their final game of the Risen Divine Finals.
Yeah, they are really going to need to snowball this game. I mean, I'm going to have my eyes on Javi to see how proactive he can be in this early game because he's got to get some members ahead, or they've got to get themselves ahead in the 1-on-1s and 2v2s. Because otherwise, it's going to get really tough to really play on out these fights instead of, waiting for a team fight. That's not really a great option here for Zenigma or for Omega Gaming Wildcard this time around. Zenigma Solar, they've got some great team fighting tools. They got great engage with their Rakan. My camera is not picking up. We'll see if that comes on through in a couple of seconds. But there's so many team fighting tools there. There's so many ways to engage fights, and there's so much AoE damage over on the side of Zenigma Solar. And they've got themselves such a good team fighting composition that Omega Gaming Wildcard are really not going to want to take those kind of fights for quite a while,
Yeah,
if ever.
yeah. I mean, granted, you look at Omega Game and Wildcard's composition, and it's like, do they want a team fight? They want a team fight after they've probably killed 1 or 2 people here, in all honesty. And, yeah, it's gonna be a bit of yin and yang this game for sure here, Gordo. Curious if Omega Game and Wildcard is gonna try a much more split push heavy sort of game this time around, because you do have the Camille. Vayne as an AD carry can actually split push better than most other AD carries, just due to the fact you have that final hour, that pseudo reset potential, a lot of just pure outplay potential, and just easy damage in 1v1s, 1v2s. It is going to be a hard angle to work though, but it is a new angle to work with, and I mean, this might just be your final game, so why not go all out?
Yeah, you really got to change up the pace of the game here. They're traditionally like a scaling team, fighty team, Omega Gaming Wildcard, but they went for that draft in game number 2, and it really did not work out for them particularly well. They got slammed pretty early, pretty hard, both in skirmishes and in lanes, and therefore in team fights. So having to change up that strategy here. They decided they want to be the ones who end up winning in those skirmish situations, and so they draft for it entirely. It's a different look for certain, but a different look is what you need after how that game number 2 went.
Um, Definitely for sure. We are into the client side of things now, thankfully. Although Mega Gaming Wildcard, I will admit I'm not a fan of the Vayne Nautilus bot lane combo because to say Vayne struggles early on in laning phase is a bit of an understatement. Yes, you do have that extended trade power if you are able to stack up those silver bolts. Yes, you can stack them up decently quickly if you do auto tumble auto. But the fact still stands, you don't have any ways to influence the wave outside of auto attacks. You don't have any real abilities to extend the range of yourself as a champion. That's why people call Vayne pretty damn short range here. And you are going against the Misfortune, who's going to be more than happy to walk up, press the Make It Rain on you, proc that comment, just whittle you down here, and kill you by the death by 1,000 paper cuts sort of mantra. It's going to be a hard time for YYC, but if they're able to make it through the storm here, able to get some kills in the 2v2s once they hit level 6, it can pay off pretty damn well.
Yeah, it absolutely can. The Annie and Moo bands staying as they have throughout the entire series, right up above us, right there. As you know, I'm really interested to see how some of these picks end up working. And they're not all. Yes, they've picked primarily for skirmishing, but they've ended up with some solid counter picks as a result. The LeBlanc into the Victor makes a lot of sense. Feels like it should be able to bully early on. The Camille also, even though it was picked before the Gnar, traditionally considered to be one of those good picks up against the Gnar because she's so powerful of a duelist that if you wait out that Mega Gnar, you just jump on him when he's mini with the ultimate, you can often end up winning that fight. So definitely some opportunities to get ahead in the solo lanes here for Omega Gaming Wildcard, is so long as they can execute their team comp the way that they intend to.
It is still execution dependent, though, like you said here, Gordo. Like, they are going to be kind of walking on eggshells here, or maybe a step up from them. It isn't that fragile of a foundation. They do have the makings here to have a really solid win con. But like you said, it is a solo queue S composition. It is a bit lean towards that win lane, win game sort of mentality. Because all four of your primary champions here really want resources. And the best way to get resources for this many people is to get kills because there's not enough farm on the map. So make a game in wildcard. They got to make stuff happen early. They got to get some kills early, get some snowballing in their pockets so they can really just dictate the map here, split the map, have the split push in their favor, or be able to get whatever picks they want before any big fights that do break out.
That's absolutely the case here, Go for Eno, and we are going to be on the lookout for it. We're going to throw it to a quick break here while we get loaded onto the Rift for game number 3. Don't go anywhere. We will see you all in a few short moments to find out if Omega Gaming Wildcard will start to pull back this series or if Team Zenigma Solar are going to take it in 3. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast for the Risen Divine League Grand Finals. Team Zenigma Solar on match point up against Omega Wildcard, and Tango gonna get forced to flash away there by the dredge line early on from 35701. That's going to be an opening for Zadox and Diesel, potentially push in on this top side.
See what they do decide to do. Doo-doo. I know, Family Guy joke. It's one of those nights. You just kind of been busy all day. I'm excited for this game 3, though. I want to see Omega Gaming Wildcard just bring out their all with this composition here, Gordo, because, like, this is the Hail Mary composition. You go broke or you go home, because if you fall behind as this composition, good luck coming back with this composition.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a spicy game to watch in any outcome where Omega Gaming Wildcard develops a lead. So many skill-intensive champions here that are so fun to watch when they pop off, so would definitely be fun to keep an eye on here. Teams Enigma Solar, though, they're going to look to ruin that fun. They definitely want to just build themselves up a pretty standard lead, playing normal League of Legends with team comps that they've, practiced and executed on multiple times already this series. How dare they? And if they're able to get through there, then we're going to see a lot less of such things and a lot more, probably something similar to Game 2, if I were to say. Although that's Biscotti getting aggressed on, pushed back by YYC, but Hakai returning the abuse right back.
Yeah, people do meme about, for good reason, on Vayne's early game. But Vayne actually has an extremely powerful level 1, just due to the fact you're able to get 3 autos in succession with your tumble. Doesn't really matter too much right now, because you have no pots, and it's just going to be the heal for you. Oh lord, for now, against this constant threat of getting all in, because there's still an Ignite on Biscotti. You get hit by 1 Grand Entrance, get hit by 1 double up, you might just be sent packing here. Does not get hit by that one. Does have backup coming on in. I like this pathing from Javi.
Coming on in, going to manage to land that stun on a Biscotti. Biscotti going to flash away. Now turning back on around, the calling over the Trundle. Zadox is in the area. He's got the flash. He should have the pillar too to potentially turn around a big play here out of 35701. The Nautilus still has no flash from the level 1. They're going to look to burn him on down for first blood, and they will be able to do it. Hakai picks up that kill. Now Javi going to push them on back. Nightingale is roaming on down from the mid lane. Tango has likely already called this one on out. Dash forward on to Biscotti. He will fall on down. Javi's going to be able to get that one. They get a little bit of a snowball rolling onto this LeBlanc, but they do give up that first blood to Hakai's misfortune.
And great by Zenigma's bot lane there. That is one of the powers of the Rakan as the support here. Yes, you are an engaged support, but unlike the more typical engaged supports you see, the Leonas, the Nautiluses, what have you, Rakan actually has a very reliant escape. In fact, multiple escapes. Hold that thought, because 35701 in this top lane does have the flank, but there is a Mega Gnar.
Yeah, Diesel going aggressively here up against Axum, wants to finish off this kill. 35701 is here to ruin his fun, is going to keep that CC on there, and Axum will be able to pick up that kill, almost turning it around. Javi now in the bot lane, supporting YYC, while 35701 is all around roaming the map.
That's great by Omega Gaming Wildcard. Like, they recognize we gotta turn the gas on in this early game. That was a level 2 roam from 35701 all the way to the top lane, Mr. Worldwide, or Mrs. Worldwide, or whatever pronouns you do prefer. We are accepting here of whatever pronouns. But stumbling upon that top lane, getting your top laner snowball, it does suck that Axum not able to get that kill, only the assist, but still pretty damn vital to get this Camille snowballing to the point where Axum will be that 1 versus 2 monster in the side lanes here. And, your comeback in this series starts with these steps in the early game.
Yeah, definitely here. Hakai with the early lead, going to look to pressure it up against this Vayne. YYC already in a tough lane matchup here. Going to be even harder with that first blood gold on the misfortune. They haven't gotten to spend it yet, but oh boy, once they do, it is going to be a tough one. But for now, YYC actually has the de facto advantage with the 2 swords in the inventory there. Axum keeping the pressure on to Diesel here, chunks him to about half, showing why people do like this Camille and Dinar matchup.
Mm-hmm. Does not have the Hextech Ultimatum just quite yet. It is just the Sheen. You do still want a little bit more as this Camille to really threaten those all-ins, but we see the makings of it right now. Still winning the trade, even off the back with Diesel getting some free autos and a Hyper Proc in. You're like, oh, hey, I take that. And Omega Gaming Wildcard just making early moves onto this Dragon. They appreciate that. These are the early game leads they want. Up a kill, up a Dragon here. Now they just need to really start putting the pedal to the metal and going into overdrive. Sicko mode, as one might will. To really get a lead in this game.
One might say that. And Javi in the bottom area with that dragon picked up is going to look to pay a visit towards bottom lane. Zadox is already there for the counter gank.
I don't know, Zadox
reading this play, Zadox is going to be very happy about this one. Gets to advance forward. But actually, Biscotti gets melted down incredibly quickly. That's going to be a whole new suite of abilities. And they're going to have to back away from that. Meanwhile, Axum gets the solo kill up against Diesel. And Omega Gaming Wildcard. They're making plays happen across the map here, Goferino. They get themselves the early lead they were looking for.
That's exactly what Omega Gaming Wildcard wants. As soon as Axum gets that level 6, has the, okay, had one more ability landed. That would have been a solo kill in the mid lane. But that's what you want to see from the Camille. You hit level 6, you have that Hextech ultimate, just dive that little Gnar in the top lane. We can see here. It's mini Gnar. There's no chance of that Mega Gnar. You can see that bar not going on up, go on in. Hook shot on out. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And a little bit of a funny situation there. Nightingale getting their recall canceled by some minions. Right after all the highs for Omega Gaming Wildcard. But you can't win everything.
You're not. And, you know, surprised that bot lane play went as it did. Biscotti just taking a little bit more damage than he was prepared for. Ends up going down there. Now, Javi making another gank effort up towards Diesel. Zadox is there. He will get spotted. As they move forward, they're looking to pick onto Javi here instead. Do manage to land the boulder toss, but not going to be able to get in range for the Gnar. It's going to have to be a back away look from Javi.
Zenigma, do stifle the aggression in that top lane here, at the very least. You do not want this top lane to snowball out of control. I mean, you don't want any of these lanes to snowball out of control, but especially the top lane, because everybody knows top lane is the island when it comes to lanes. If you start falling behind, if you get counterpicked, if you just can't do squat, you are going to have such a miserable time. You're going to miss every single wave. You're going to miss every single kill. Might be even worse here. There's the hook shot. There is the lover's embrace.
Yeah, the dive gonna come on through. Zadox is there, but just too late. Then another kill going over to Axum on this Camille. Now advancing in the bot lane, RYYC and 35701 feeling pretty good about themselves after how these last couple plays have gone. Getting a kill funneled into YYC. Nightingale now roaming in the area. They are going to try to make an angle for Biscotti here. Dodges away, is going to get hit high on that chain. Will be able to succeed and get himself out of dodge, though. Zadox now looking for a play on Axum. He is 2 levels down. It feels like he can take it anyway. Throws on down the subjugate. Axum going to have to try to escape. That's going to be a nice pillar from Zadox. And Zadox reads the play here, sees that he can get the solo kill, and just does it. Shut down. Going over to Zadox on the Trundle.
That is huge.
Oh, and
what
Tango
there?
killed Javi. So, that's 4 kills. Into Zenigma Solar. Hakai at risk of getting dove here. Going to turn it around. There goes a big knockup. Bullet time opens on up, but YYC is already flashed onto the other side. Big play there by YYC. And maybe even going to get himself a little bit more. Minion autos coming on through, chunking this vein lower and lower. Biscotti, though, I don't know if Rakan's the champ that can finish this one off.
If the grand entrance is up and you're able to get a cheeky, like, little quill on in, you do finish off that kill, but yeah, most likely not happening. Here's the replay of, okay, what in the Sam hell happens here? You land, okay, that is so much more damage than I expected. I mean, that is full combo, but Tango's just sitting on the last chapter, I believe. Oh, wait, was it the first? It might have been the first strike that really helped just add in the burst on that kill.
Gets a little bit more off of that one. That's going to be 3 plates in the top lane picked up for Zadox and Diesel off the back of this Rift Herald. And the gold getting a lot closer to even as a result. Zadox really funneling a lot of a lead into himself here on that Trundle. Once he gets to spend some of this money, he's going to be a menace on the Rift. Next dragon here going to be spawning up pretty soon. See Javi already in the area, clearing on out vision.
Mhm. And this is what you want to see from a Mega Game and Wildcard. Some of the steam has fallen out of the casks here thanks to those takeaway kills by Zenigma. This dragon, they can look to really get themselves in a nice comfortable spot in this game. Will they explode the gold lead around this dragon? I mean, if there's like a 4-4, 4-4-0 or 5-0, yes, that's probably not going to happen. The best situation that's realistically going to happen is a Mega Gaming Wildcard picks up 1 or 2 kills before this dragon, and then also gets the dragon, threatens a somewhat early soul stack here. But these are the sort of things a Mega Gaming Wildcard wants. You take one thing and then you get another thing after, transition that into yet another thing just shortly on after, and that's how you really climb up the gold lead here. But at the bare minimum, if you're able to just get this dragon for free, I mean, sure, why not? It's a free dragon. You get some extra scaling here, which you do desperately need with this composition. We're feeling nice. It's going to be the Ocean Soul, so not the most beneficial for a Mega Gaming Wildcard, but still a hell of a soul.
Yeah, definitely. The soul does, the Ocean Soul that is, does kind of require you to be able to survive some of the initial bursts. Is now is going to be Tango getting engaged on, not going to be able to avoid the Heartbreaker. Javi will be able to secure that kill. 3-7 on the scoreboard, and Axum gets himself another one. 3-1 on this Camille. Keeps finding opportunities up against Diesel's Gnar. Mega Gaming Wildcard back in the driver's seat. Thought they'd given up a little bit there. But now, fighting their way back once again. Now back in the lead.
This is what you want. I mean, because the thing is, even though that was a great solo kill shutdown by Zadox in the top lane, Diesel did not get an assist for that. This is a 0-4 Gnar. Absolutely struggling. There's the big combo in the bot lane, even with the
bottom
interruption.
lane. Big shutdown picked up for Biscotti there as they keep the play going on towards 3-5-7-0-1. YYC getting locked down by the quickness, melted by the bullet time. Falls on down to the bottom lane, and this is going to be a big opportunity to get themselves some plates here, as they even have Zadox in the area too.
Had it not been for these 2 dragons picked up, this game is dead even right now. Even with the 2 dragons, it's still pretty damn even. Although, I believe with 3 members down here in this bot lane, is at the very least is going to be nearly first turret picked up by Zenigma, and that would be a huge boon to them. Just with all that extra gold, you would be getting all these plates before it does drop. Not going to be the case. You do still get a lot of plates. You do still get that kill in the bot lane. You are the team favored when it comes to scaling here. And what you want to do is just force a much more like natural state on the map. You want to have that straight up 5 versus 5. You don't want to have any shenanigans happening. And establishing control, whether it be through gold, whether it be through turrets, is one way to set yourself up for that.
Yeah, you do. You also do have to be concerned about Axum in this side lane, because he's just getting stronger and stronger with the Trinity Force completed. You don't want him to just rampage through all your turrets and get himself an even bigger lead. So Zadox feels compelled to go up here and try to answer in the top lane, and he's shown previously that he can deal with Axum. There's a big risk associated with that, though, because when Axum gets away, then he's successfully pulling off his game plan, right? He's absorbing pressure from the Trundle, and he's leaving time for Nightingale and YYC to try to make things happen.
Yeah, because I brought up this point earlier. I believe it was interrupted, though, because some hectic fighting broke out, but Axum is the one you do not want to be giving gold over onto this Omega Game Wildcard team. Yes, everybody on their team can basically snowball, but especially Axum. You're just such a threat in those side lanes when you do split push. And there's going to be a pressure point here when the next dragon comes up. Both top laners will have teleport for it, bar some, them using it. So it is just going to have to be Diesel on that solo lane side due to, like, you are that 0-4 Gnar. You don't have your first item. It's a full Triforce Camille with that Hextech Ultimate, with that Conqueror, with the advantageous matchup. You just go, yeah, this is a fun one. But I'll TP for your team. I'll help you secure the next dragon when that comes up.
Yeah. Seeing a little bit of a resurgence here. The Even Shroud picked up by Biscotti here, looking to amp a bit of his teammates' damage. Meanwhile, this might be first turret in the mid lane. Lots of pressure onto that mid outer. They will be able to finish it on off, and now
Yeah.
advancing forward towards Axum. TP being channeled by Diesel here. They
Oh,
throw
that
on down that pillar.
painful.
They flash forward for the chomp, and this is going to be a big shutdown. Picked up onto Axum. Zadox
Wait,
goes on
look at the
down. Now they're
ulti.
advancing forward. They're picking off onto Javi. Diesel going to be
Gavi's
able to finish
dead.
off that kill. Now Boschetti going to have to head for the hills, but here comes Akai over the wall. Is going to have that bullet time available, but doesn't want to get it interrupted by 35701. Dredgeline comes back on in. Akai going to fall on down, but now here comes Tango joining everybody else. Boschetti flashes over the wall. They will be able to finish off onto this Nautilus
YYC
in
is
just a
untouched.
moment.
YYC is
Advancing
separated.
forward. YYC goes invisible, but is spotted and taken out. Advance forward.
There's no point to
Zadox
go back
popping
here.
off so hard in this fight. Tango is coming up forward as well. They are going to be able to chase away that LeBlanc. She will be able to escape, but that is a fight win for Team Zenigma.
And that's what Zenigma won here. They win these 5-on-5 fights. They win the big old team fights, Omega Game and Wildcard. These are more the fights they want. You have this 2 versus 1. You have this big flank. Great timing too on this because the dragon should be spawning shortly. If you take down Zadox, I'm still making that damn
creating
mistake.
some distance though. Axum can't walk into the gravity field. Tango helping out his buddy a whole bunch, but Nightingale should be able to finish this one off with the ultimate. Does manage to get him down.
Just barely, but beautiful timing because now it's 5 versus 4 in your favor. Third dragon of the game spawned, and you are going to be threatening Soul Point. That is just such a huge deal here for Omega Gaming Wildcard, who wants this sort of power to dictate the map. And you now have 3 kills on all your lane carries. That's a big knock-up, though, on Axum. Are you able to finish that off?
Diesel goes forward, but he's still the mini-nard. He's just going to get one shot. Hakai doesn't have the ultimate, doesn't have a good opportunity to use it. Not going to be able to clean up anything. That's just going to be a free kill donated to Omega Wildcard.
Omega Wildcard, I mean, this is exactly what they want. That's a smaller skirmish. It is much more hectic. And you want to be forcing Zenigma, if they are going to force these team fights, if they are going to be forcing these much larger skirmishes, to favor it, or to have them force in a really awkward way. We saw it there. It was a mini-nar hopping in, a 2-6 mini-nar, like, they are going to get absolutely blown to high heavens here. You are not making that. You are not making it past like 2 seconds in the death zone there, and it's dead even gold-wise, but it feels so much more in the favor of Mega Game and Wildcard with the picks they've made, where they've been able to get the kills, and the fact that they are also threatening Soul Point this early into the game.
Yeah, it's going to be on Axum here. He's so strong on this Camille. It's going to be so much the focal point around these plays, as Nightingale's getting pretty strong as well. Gets a lot of damage into that little mini Gnar there. And Diesel has been set so far behind that he's really struggling to make an impact in a lot of these fights. Will be strong enough as the Mega Gnar, of course. They're going to catch out Javi here, though. They catch him on the face check. Will be forced to Heartbreaker away. Here comes Boschetti. Goes for the quickness. Gets the charm there on a Javi. Zadok's going to be able to finish off that kill. They're going to get 35701 as well. That's a double kill coming through to Zadox. He will be able to turn this into a Rift Herald.
Yeah. 2 for 0 and the Rift Herald. Just as Omega Gaming Wildcard really establishing their presence here on the Rift Gordo. It is still that neck and neck goal differential here. Barely anything separating these two teams. This is on a word. Nightingale also on a word. They're trying to go for this. The Hail Mary does have the distortion safety. Not anymore, though. That is a big shutdown.
Knock up from Zadox. Gets both the clone and the real LeBlanc, and really that's the whole shebang right there. Is YYC gets himself a nice solo kill in the mid lane though.
That's kind of expected, yeah.
Yeah, using
YYC.
Final hour, gets what he needs. Solo kill goes through to the Bane. Takes out Hakai. Will it be enough, though, compared to everything that was just offset by Zadox on the top side?
Yeah, because now it is about a 2k gold lead for Zenigma. Yes, it isn't big. Yes, it's not at that crucial point of roughly a 10% differential where it starts to be really felt, where it starts to be kind of noticeable. But the fact that you get outscaled, the fact that you have this very... Okay, teleport's coming on in.
Overforce. Zadox taking a lot of damage here from YYC. TP in from Diesel, matched by Nightingale, and both parties will just back out away from each other.
Oof. Very hectic indeed. But the fact that Zenigma have this gold lead is pretty big when they are the ones that will outscale in terms of team fights here. The big question, though, is the next dragon, because this isn't a big enough gold lead just quite yet, even with the outscaling factor, to surpass the fact that this is going to be a very early Dragon Soul if it does happen. And it's going to give you just so much power with that perma buff, even with how squishy your team is.
Used by Biscotti. So not going to have that for this next fight. And Axum going all in up against Diesel here. Looks like the Gnar has already been used, so Diesel can't get himself out of dodge. Finally going to be able to escape here. Trying to just run away with those hyper procs, running right back towards his team. Kiting it out, gets another hyper, but runs right back into YYC. YYC will be able to get himself that kill onto Diesel. And now with the Gnar down, going to be very difficult to fight over this next dragon. Diesel doesn't have the teleport to rejoin either.
That is a pretty damn huge deal here. Might be able to get back in time to shimmy on up, but even if Diesel does get to this dragon in time, it's going to be a mini Gnar who won't have the preparation time to stack up that Mega Gnar. Like, that is just such a beautiful timing for a pick here from a Mega Gaming Wildcard. Like, yes, this Gnar will be back in time for this dragon with a little bit to spare, but it's going to be a Gnar that has no minions, no jungle camps to stack up that Rage Bar with. And that is just so huge. Like, a 2 and 6 mini Gnar? Okay, a 2 and 7 mini Gnar? Not the hugest threat. Zenigma already in the pit, though. A little cut off, but who's the one cut off here?
Yeah, Tango's so far away from the rest of the team, though, and Hakai is actually the one who gets caught at the end of the day. Blink over the wall from Nightingale, but Biscotti gonna fall on down. Zadox is chasing Javi off on the other side of the map, but the Baron is just getting melted on down. The Dragon, rather, getting taken on out by YYC. This will be Soul going on over to Omega Gaming Wildcard. Zadox takes the fight 1v1 with Axum here. He might be able to win it, but the Soul going to turn it back in this Camille's favor at least a little bit. She's throwing on down, taking on down with the Hextech ultimate. Will be able to pick on up that shutdown, and Omega Gaming Wildcard, they've got Soul, baby.
Soul at 22 damn minutes as well. Axum is gonna be fully unlocked now on the side lane. Good luck 1v1ing an Ocean Soul Camille this far ahead. Omega Gaming Wildcard, they got their huge boon to their win con here. And they just need to look to drive it home here, because it is still a little bit of an uphill battle. They don't have the best team for when it comes to these just forcing 5-on-5 fights. They are still pick heavy. But man, with this early Soul, with how fed Axum is on the side lane, like, Zenigma, they start off this dragon, but they're way too pincered off. Axum with a great TP behind. And it's just kind of all she wrote from there on out, Gordo. What can you do about that? Nothing too much, really.
Yeah, absolutely. They were able to force off the Victor so early. Tango getting jumped by that Nautilus, forced to flash back towards the mid lane. And from there on out, you know, with Zadox on the bottom side, with Tango in the mid lane, they basically get a 4 versus 3 scenario and can force onto Hakai and take him out so early on. Now the Siege coming on through here with this Rift Herald. They want to crack open mid-inner turret. Feel uncomfortable stepping up that forward for Hakai to hit the turret.
Oh, that makes sense. It does make sense. They're trying to pick up Axum here. Yeah, bullet time.
Throw down to the bullet time, trying to knock him back on in, but they don't save the pillar for the hook shot. So Axum will be able to escape, and you can see it's a little bit of frustration there, it feels like. Zadox has been blocking a lot of those with the pillars, being pretty good about that throughout this game and throughout this series. This time, though, doesn't hold on to it, and it will allow Axum to escape.
And they used a lot for that. We saw the bullet time, we saw the subjugate, we saw the quickness. Those are some big cooldowns, some huge team fighting cooldowns. This might be a bloodbath, but that is a good pillar to stop any aggression. The chains
onto Tango, though. That is the perfect target. Here comes the depth charge as well. Will they be able to stop the advance, slowing it on up? Axum dives on in. They're trying to CC down the targets, but Tango has already fallen, and that's going to be basically the end of the fight. Hakai, especially without bullet time, cannot take this. They're going to have to back away, and this might even be Baron Goferino going on over for Omega Wildcard. They've gotten the most important target down.
Oh boy, oh boy. Mega Gaming Wildcard. Backs against the wall. bring out what one could say is a bit of an unconventional solo queue composition here. But it's working out for them. They have this early soul. They're looking to get this early Baron. Zenigma can only really watch because Zadok's chained on up, hooked shot it
Starting
on
off the
up.
fight, though, getting some good damage on a cross, but it's just
The
not
bloodbath.
enough. The carry coming through for YYC. He's got himself 2 kills. They're going to pick up a third there from Javi, and now the chase down from Axum. They're going to open up with a bullet time. He's going to go into the stasis to try to stay alive a little bit longer. Tango and Hakai going to have to find a way to carry through this fight, but they are just not going to find it. Axum goes on a killing spree as he takes on out Hakai, and the Baron getting started on off with Tango zoned off. This is going to be Omega Gaming Wildcard's Baron.
And Omega Gaming Wildcard. They got Soul, they got Baron buff. They can look to the Elder in just a bit here, and they have this healthy 5k gold lead. They just gotta bring it home here. Because there is still the threat of scaling. They've been able to circumvent it so far. They just gotta bring it home. Bring it home, Gordo. That is the motto. Bring it home.
Yeah, they've got all the tools at this point to really try to find a way to close this one on out. They've got themselves a substantial kill lead. They've got the soul. They've got the Baron buff. Now they just need to find themselves the fights in order to be able to do it. And Zenigma have been giving him to him, to be honest. Zenigma feeling the pressure of this comp, getting so far ahead from Omega Gaming Wildcard. They are taking fights. They're spending cooldowns to not actually be able to finish them off the kills, and that means these fights are just so easy once they actually get started on up.
Yeah. There's nothing you can really do there. And you're able to force fights on your own terms here. Zenigma. Gonna have their backs against the wall here. Not fully cornered, but definitely semi-cornered.
Yeah, for sure here. Advance forward from Zadox. He is still pretty strong on this Trundle. Would still be a big part of any kind of fight win that Zenigma would be able to pull on off. But Axum has just solo killed Tango on the other side of the map. That is, that's a big win there for Omega. And Nightingale solo kills Diesel. So 5 versus 3 on the map. They can just take the fight here. And this is what I mean about having the fights kind of given to you. I mean, they're just taking these fights in even numbers across the map, and they're winning them at every single turn. 3 already down. That's going to make it 4 as they finish off the mid lane. And Omega Gaming Wildcard going to bust on through the base here. They could even close out.
They got the Baron buff here. They have the 5 versus 1. What in the hell is Biscotti gonna do as this lonesome 1 in 5 recon to stop your onslaught? That's 1 turret, 2 turret, 2 turret. And it should be the Nexus here, and but their backs against the wall after that devastating game 2. Mega Game Wildcard able to bring it back this game with an unconventional comp and ended in decently quick fashion here, and decently, well, actually pretty dominating fashion once we got to the mid stages of the game here, Gordo.
Yeah, it was a little shaky at the start, but with the ultimates in the tank and with a couple of good team fights, Omega Gaming Wildcard pull it back in their favor and take a solidly executed game plan in game number 3. Trying to fight their way, found themselves an excellent means by which to do so. And this is going to throw some questions for Enigma Solar coming into game number 4.
And I think a lot of it just snowballed from the top lane there. The fact that Axum had such a hard counter with the Camille in that top lane. I mean, Diesel even picked into the Camille as this Gnar, knowing it was a Camille. And there was just multiple solo kills from Axum. Like, that is a huge point of pressure that really just broke Enigma Solar this game, I feel, and helped Omega Game and Wildcard just snowball the map. And the fact that Omega Game and Wildcard had such great timing because it felt like for every single dragon, they were either able to get it because there was a heavy commitment top from Zenigma, or the fact that they're able to pick off a member, maybe able to pick off 2 members, and then translate that into the dragon. And then they just get all these objectives here, Gordo. The Soul, the Baron, what have you.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect that the Gnar and Camille is not going to be a matchup that they want to
No.
play again for themselves in game number 4. Let's say that much at the very least. We're gonna throw it to another break here while we get into draft for game number 4. But don't go anywhere. We're gonna be right back.
voices calling for the final fight. We will answer with victory. Yeah. Long have we fought for these lands. In the shadows and the stories of the promised land. Now to take our place beyond. To the
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Risen Divine League Grand Finals, where Omega Gaming Wildcard have given us a series. Go for Eno. 2-1 is the scoreline. Team Zenigma Solar in the lead still, one win away from crowning themselves Risen Divine League champions. Omega Gaming Wildcard have fought their way back.
Mhm. There is still a long road to go. If Omega Game and Wildcard do want the title of Risen Divine Champions, there are another 2 games they have to win. But getting the Game 3 win, that is the first step they need, quite literally, to pull themselves back and bring home the dub, the winner chicken dinner. I forget what it was in Fortnite. But either way, if they're able to exploit the top lane again, get Axum super snowballing, that's going to be huge. Pure
Big
Genesis,
difference
though.
here, too,
Yeah,
is
Pure Genesis
they've
is
taken
back.
the training weights off. There's all 3 bands unlocked, and there's Pure Genesis in the mid lane.
They're gonna take away that Nautilus and, oh lord, Viego that we saw piloted last game by Omega Game Wildcard. Xayah would be a first for Zenigma this series. They have been sticking with the Misfortune this entire time, but going for the much more meta pick, as one would say. What are you going to lock in with it? The Trundle is not available for you this time around, and that Ornn, both of which were huge key factors for a lot of your other wins. You still have other options on the board, though.
Definitely do. The Xayah going to be locked on in for Zenigma Solar. Ooh, we'll see what... Ooh, that's going to be a Gwen lock-in. Presumably for Diesel here. Could also be taken by Zadox into the jungle. Gonna be a flex pick in that regard, but one that we haven't seen too much of this series so far, Go for Eno, is Enigma Solar coming in with a different look.
Quite literally, I mean, we haven't seen the Gwen at all this series. Has been off the radar for the past 2 or 3 patches after the last round of nerfs. Did get some complimentary buffs this patch, and people bringing that on back. YYC bringing out the Vayne once again did work out in the mid to later stages of the game. Once they got out of that laning phase, was a bit rough beforehand though. But Yavi is going to be most likely on this Volibear. They will have some early gank threat to alleviate some pressure and bring some pressure of their own in this bot lane. And
Yeah,
the
YYC sees a top laner with no hard CC, and he's like, all right, it's Vayne time, baby. He slams that one on in. The Wukong going to be the counter pick up against this Gwen for Axum. Had a solid Wukong performance in game number 1, just wasn't able to carry it on through to the victory. This time going to be hoping to have better luck there. We'll see if this is going to be a support, if this is going to be a jungler for Zenigma Solar, if they want to take something totally different. It is going to be the Malphite. I think this is a Gwen jungle then for Zadox.
most likely. Unless it's a Malphite mid, which technically was a tech of sorts. But that is much more reserved for the counter pick, and it is just being brought in this top lane to neutralize the matchup. Because you're against that heavy AD champion, armor shred be damned. You're Malphite, you just naturally hit like 200 armor by looking funnily at some cloth armor, so you're gonna be doing pretty fine against a very AD heavy team and a Mega Gaming Wildcard. They definitely are gonna want to have to draft some damage in the mid lane here that is AP centric, or else Diesel's gonna be a little too thick to deal with.
Yeah, definitely going to be on the mind here, and they take it on R3 so they can immediately ban away the Silas, prevent that from coming on through in the mid lane. Pyke going to be banned away once again, and that's going to be a Vex lock-in. They decide, hey, worked out well in game number 1. We're up against the Wukong again. We're up against the Volibear again. It's looking pretty similar to me. They're going to lock that one on in again.
Is it going to be enough to pressure the Vayne in lane, though? Because you don't have that early all-in threat. It's going to be much... Because the Vex much more so about anti-engage early on with your passive, bringing that fear, helping you against those dashes. And the Xayah much more so about the long con. You throw out Q, you throw out E, the Blade Collar. It's going to be adding up to a lot of damage over time. A Mega Gaming Wildcard, though, are going to be bringing their AP damage in the mid lane in the form of this LeBlanc. So it looks like, once again, they want to try and punish this top lane. Will it be enough, though? Because Diesel is going to be that Malphite. We all know Malphite, that super low econ top laner. You just kind of sit there, you absorb pressure. As long as you have level 6, as long as you have teleport, you can usually have a pretty good impact in the fights. And it's going to be the Vex mid lane here. with the kitty in the bot lane.
Yeah, that's some Biscotti magic right there that he convinced us that Vex was a support and that this wasn't just going to be flex towards mid lane. Um, Pure Genesis going to be the one playing the Vex. He is back in again. So going to be busting this one out here in that middle lane. It is going to be Biscotti on the Yumi, looking to scale up in that bottom lane alongside Xayah up against the Vayne Thresh lane. I like this pivot here from Zenigma Solar. It gives them the opportunity to just play out the bottom lane pretty passively and avoid aggression from that Thresh and Vayne. And then they can scale up with their Malphite, they can scale up with their bottom lane, they can scale up with their Gwen jungle, and they'll be all set up for team fights later on.
The Zenigma Solar bot lane, not going to be fully passive. They are going to look to be passive aggressive. You want to land those 1 or 2 abilities and then just back away. You want YYC to just not really be able to play the game really in this bot lane. Like, YYC, could I go in please? And you're like, we're just going to run away with this little move speed boost. And YYC is like, okay, YYC, can I farm? And then they're like, we're going to each throw out our Q, and then Hakai will also throw out an E just to be sure. YYC will be like, okay. So it's going to be on 35-7-1 and Yavi to really help Omega Gaming Wildcard in the spot lane for YYC to be able to get those all-ins that the Vayne probably kind of wants in this matchup here, wants to snowball, wants to get up in your face, because you're not going to be winning poke wars as Vayne, let alone against Xayah Yumi.
Yeah, and on a really proactive jungler Javi this time around. He is back on the Volibear. Had a solid Volibear game in game number 1. Remember, that one was very, very close. It did end up slipping away from Omega towards the end there as Enigma Solar were able to claim themselves the win. But now back on the Bear, this time facing off up against the Gwen instead of that Trundle that has been so good for Zenigma for the first 3 games. They are potentially going to really be able to really push the pace of this game on this Volibear, make some plays happen at the bottom lane, set up for some plays in mid and top as well. You know, everybody on Zenigma Solar are kind of looking to hang back and scale for at least a little bit, and that's exactly where Volibear thrives in coming in and trying to punish those sorts of plays.
Because the Volibear just provides so much early pressure, like you said. You have the Stormbringer to have the freest turret dives possible. You have that big old run on in into the big paw claw to stun on up people. You have CC and all your lanes here to help you set up as well. So it's not going to be the hardest sell for you to come on in as this Volibear and just finish off some fools, help set up some people to kill. Because if Omega and Wildcard are able to get their lanes snowballing, whether it's LeBlanc, whether it's the Wukong, whether it's the Vayne, those are all champions you can rally around and potentially really pressure the game with. Will you win the game with them? Maybe not all of them, but you can get yourself in a much more comfortable position to win the game. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, you absolutely can here, and that's why we're gonna have to be on a lookout to see what Wildcard's gonna do in this early game. You know, I keep saying it, but it really is the reality of the situation in a lot of ways. If Enigma Solar are able to come on in at a pretty even state, coming into some of these, third dragon fights and things of that sort, it does feel like they're going to be favored on paper. I mean, the Malphite, so good in these team fights, such an easy go button that the rest of your team can sync up on top of. And with the Yumi as well, it's even worse. It pretty much guarantees that you're going to be able to land 3 ticks there of that final chapter, and just keep them locked on up for even longer. Vex thrives in those sorts of scenarios. Gwen thrives in those sorts of scenarios. Xayah thrives in those sorts of scenarios. It's a great team fighting composition drafted by Zenigma here if they can get the starts that they're looking for. Getting engaged on by the Wukong maybe going to make that a little bit more difficult, but as long as they approach these fights in the correct way, it feels like they should be very, very set up for success.
The biggest question for Zenigma Solar is like, they are going to be very reliant on Zadox and Pure Genesis for most of their teamfight damage here. When you look at Hakai is more about like just kind of weakening the enemy team, more like prepping the meat, so to speak. Just getting the seasoning rubbed on in, letting it soak overnight. Not the most apt metaphor, but it kind of gets my point across that like Akai is not going to be the one really finishing off these fights. They're going to be prepping the fights so Zadox and Pure Genesis can really take over. Because if Pure Genesis and Zadox are not able to get rolling, it may be a similar situation in game 1 where some members of the front line just become a little unkillable, Gordo.
Yeah, absolutely can be here, but Zadok's and Pure Genesis, they're coming in as these sorts of magic damage carries. Really are well set up to be able to accomplish this, especially Pure Genesis getting the resets on the Shadow Surge. As long as you're able to melt through one target, Vex does very, very well at being able to carry on through the rest of those fights. That ability does a lot of damage, and when you get to
A
cast it
little.
over and over again onto each and every target, you do usually end up winning out on those fights. And there's a lot of squishy targets. LeBlanc in this vein. Wukong probably going to itemize a little bit more aggressively as well. He's going to skew aggressive in his choices, and it's going to take a while until, unless he's super ahead and is way, way, way tankier than you expect, or it's just built on up a bunch of items to not get one shot by the Vex, then it's going to be harder. But he leans towards armor anyway. That's what he gets from his passive more so than magic resistance. So
I believe there's no magic resist actually.
yeah, yeah. Well, so I mean, it's very easy to be more than zero, and
Yeah, that's
Wukong is definitely in that department with the stone skin. So coming on through, not super well set up against a heavy magic damage comp like Malphite Gwen's Vex is certainly going to be. Plus Yumi too. There's really everybody but the Zaya. Um, so a lot of opportunity to melt on through these individual targets.
hmm That's if it does shape up that way. It's not like the Wukong here for Axum can't just get an early set of Mark Treads to really help in the magic resist department. It's not the end of the world. One of the biggest flaws of heavy magic damage compositions is usually how easy it can be to itemize against them because of the nature of magic damage in League of Legends is that it always tends towards the bursty end of the spectrum, whereas attack damage, due to the fact that auto attack skill off of AD, tends towards more the damage over time spectrum. And just itemizing a bit of magic resist to help you deal with the more bursty nature of these heavy AP comps can do pretty well. Of course, that stigma was kind of invented before Gwen kind of existed, and Gwen can circumvent a lot of those things just with all the true damage she gets, and the fact that she has so much brawling power and damage over time, so not gonna be as effective, but it still kind of applies.
Yeah, absolutely. Still the case. So we are going to throw it to another quick break here while we get loaded onto the Rift for game number 4. Get excited, everybody. We could potentially
Yeah.
be going to a game 5 after this one, or Zenigma Solar could close this one out in a 3-1. We'll find out in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Risen Divine League, where Omega Gaming Wildcard, one down, 1-2, up against Zenigma Solar, looking to take us all the way to a Game 5 with a win here. We'll have to work their way through this team fighting composition that Zenigma have drafted for themselves, and we'll have to work their way through Pure Genesis, who's back from his flight and joining the series here in game number 4.
Uh-huh. What are the schmoves here? Probably not a lot. I mean, outside of a straight hook level 1, nothing too much to talk about, so the biggest focus will be, of course, these junglers. Mostly Yavi, though. Javi. I need to remember that. Because you even told me, because I
It's
kept
Javi,
saying...
I think, actually.
Oh,
It's short for Javier. That's what I've been told. Not to dox my mans here, but I feel like anybody could guess that.
Yeah. Thank you, English language. Very cool, even though it's more a Spanish name. But, you know. Either way, it's going to be mostly up to Javi to see where they want to go in this early game. They are starting on the top side. What's going to be the second camp after this blue? It looks like the Gromp, judging by the map movement. And, yeah. Could be a bit of an early gank in the mid lane. Could be a bit of an early gank in the top lane.
Yeah, I want to see how Zadox plays this, if he's going to try to cancel out Javi's early plays, or if he's going to just try to hard farm on this Gwen and get to his first item. Both are valid paths forward. Diesel is playing aggressively up against Axum in this early game. He feels strong on the Malphite.
I mean, Diesel can actually have, like, a lot of damage in the early game. You just put down the Seismic Shard. It's not the Comet Malphite, which has that much more obnoxious, like, early laning phase poke. It is the more scaling heavy, brawl heavy Grasp of the Undying, which is what you typically see in most melee matchups. It does still give you some nice chunk on the early all-in. We talked about how the Wukong a little weaker to that magic damage. Can add up. Javi does have double buffs, does have a dream, does have a hook in the bot lane to set on up. Flash Flay.
Ooh, great setup there from Javi in 35701 in the bottom lane. The Flash Flay there off the back of the Dark Passage to pull Javi into range. A well-earned first blood for Omega Gaming Wildcard.
Not even 3 minutes into the game as well. You get it onto your scaling pick, that Vayne, the Flash, and Heal Blown in Zenigma's bot lane. That's going to give you a lot of just prio over this bot side. It's not like Hakai and Baschetti going to be really able to walk up without a flash when there's a hook, when there's a bear. That bodes well for Omega Gaming Wildcard when it comes to these early dragons, when it comes to just ensuring this Vayne has an easy of a time as possible in lane.
Yeah, for sure. Here's Adox going to complete his full clear. Going to head on over to the opposing Wolves. Realizes that Javi must have left them alive because of how early he showed up in the bottom lane. Throws down a ward to protect himself, and we'll start it up.
So he's punishing that bot lane gank. Of course, just taking away like a single camp and a half is not going to make up for first blood. But it's a silver lining sort of deal. And it might be able to let you look in this top lane. There is no ward. Axum does have a hunch, though. He's just going to be chilling on back. Zadox going to be doing the tried and true jungler tradition of you back in a lane brush that lets you counter gank or just full on gank if the opportunity arises. If not, you just finish that port.
Yep. And so Zadox will be getting back to base. We'll be finishing off that recurve bow, and we'll be returning back to the jungle to continue on his farming here. This is a big wave that they've built up at the bottom lane. Wonder if he's going to try to make something happen off the back of this one as Nightingale going to trade in the mid lane, but so far it looks like he can't get too heavily onto Pure Genesis, at least prior to level 6. And Diesel still taking the fight to Axum here, getting himself those Grasp of the Undying procs and clearing out the wave as much as possible. Javi is here, though, going to go on in here, does have access to the flash. Diesel feels just fine, though, and sticks on and out.
Yeah, Diesel can just wait for Shroud of the Monolith passive to come back on up. You get triple the armor steroid when that's up. And the fact that you are against a Wukong Volibear trying to dive you pre-6, so how much extra armor makes you very tricky to kill. Diesel can look to just clear this wave, port on back. classic, hey, their jungler showed top lane, our jungler's bot lane. You know, let's grab a dragon. Early Cloud Dragon for Zenigma. Very well appreciated. We've seen how powerful the Soul can be as a win con earlier in this series, and in fact last game as well. So Zenigma gonna be taking the first step this game towards a potential early Soul, if that so happens to be the win con.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, Javi now arriving onto the bottom side, going to get spotted on out by this ward. They will be able to just play this out safely. They're just wasting the Bears' time. This is exactly what Zenigma Solar would like to happen here. They know that no flash shenanigans are coming through from 35701 this time. He does not have that spell available. And meanwhile, Zadox can just work on his gromp.
More than happy. So Zadox making sure to hover around in case any Super Force plays come out. As I'm Javi does have the flash if they want to go for that flash big old bear paw stun. Like you said though, would be a little too forced and a little too hard with how the wave was. Diesel.
Jeez, man. He's okay.
Towers. I mean, tower shots, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, you want to deal like 50 damage with your ground pound and take 2 turret shots for it.
I think it might have been the corrupting pot.
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. He's just trying to clear out the wave, and a corrupting pot tick kind of
yeah.
got him
It's kinda
unexpectedly
similar to when you have
shot.
the bombies.
Yeah, it's a rough time. It's okay though. He's tanky enough. He's just gonna go back out into the lane and keep on farming.
Yeah, have the blast gun to get on over. It's not the end of the world. It's just one of those situations where you're like, this is a truckle-worthy experience. No one gets harmed. It's good, clean fun. It's good, clean rap, like I think was Will Smith's whole brand in the 90s with his... I think the album was called Get Willie, or Big Willie Style.
I can't confirm that. I think I'm following you all the way through Will Smith and his good clean rap. I don't know what the album was called, but it sounds about right to me. I don't know. I'm
At the very least, Big Willie Style was a song. This is a big ulti.
Ooh, Diesel stopping it though with the unstoppable force. Now
Oh,
going to find
wait.
himself walking
Oh,
right into
no.
Javi though. That's going to be a kill. Flash away
no.
to actually try to stay alive here, but he will end up going on down to Axum. Axum gets that kill, now going to start the siege up against this turret. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, it doesn't look like Team Zenigma can find a way to get anything back here. Now, a bunch of damage coming through out of Pure Genesis as well.
I know we have the power of observer view, but why was Diesel pathing towards that bush, man? This is a Vayne, though. Does have flash, does have heal, does not have the final hour, actually, so...
And that might be enough for the dive to come on through, but he actually picks up the kill on Hakai.
Oh,
He gets the kill onto
no.
Zadox, too. It's going to be Muschetti who has to finish that off the kill. He's going to have to jump into Pure Genesis to get himself out of dodge, but that's 2 kills given over to YYC. A disaster here. They're going to try to make it a favorable trade at the end of the day as they move forward on a Nightingale, but even they cannot finish on off. Flashing in to get the last bit there off the Doom and the Gloom. Is going to be a 2 for 2 when all is said and done, but what a disastrous play for Zenigma there as they try to dive YYC, and YYC turns it back around.
Yeah, like, that's a 3 versus 1 dive. That's supposed to be just free as all hell. The fact that Vayne gets 2 kills from that is now 3 and 1 is disastrous because, YYC already had the farm advantage in this lane. YYC has the most gold in the game. That's not how you want the Vayne to be when it's 9 minutes into the game. The Vayne should be in the ground 6 feet under, but the opposite is true as Hakai and Muschetti at the bottom of the board there alongside 35701. This Vayne can snowball out of control and already well on their way to doing so is YYC.
Yeah, take a look.
Oh.
No, it's not a replay. That's live, actually.
Okay.
So, all right, now it's a
This is
replay.
replay. Just yeah, one too many turret shots. Eat it up. Yep. Turret shots can add up over time.
They can add up really quickly, especially in the early game there where there's Zaya. They'll just basically one-shot you, and that's pretty much what ended up coming through onto Hakai there. The Rift Herald is thrown into the bottom lane, trying to funnel even more gold in towards this Vayne. 77 CS to 52, 3-1-0. Well and truly on their way towards finishing off that shield bow, and will then be even more difficult to contend with.
Mhm. And especially the sustain as well from the shield bow, just getting that extra lifesteal and lane to deal with the poke, because there is the classic League of Legends triangle of burst versus sustain versus poke, where sustain beats out poke, but burst beats out sustain, and then poke beats out burst. That's a good hook over the wall, instant ignite, but Gwen is immune, so
Yeah. Deep dive from Nightingale to try to keep that play going, but not going to find too much damage onto the side of Zadox, as now they're looking to start off this dragon. It doesn't look like Zenigma Solar are willing to give that one up easily, though. The box is going to come on through, not going to end up landing. They're going to focus on to 35701 first and foremost, but Javi will be able to finish on off the smite. Now Zadox backing on away with the Yuumi on top of him. That's going to leave Hakai out to dry. Hakai going to fall on down, and now they're chasing forward onto Zadox. Now looking to focus forward onto this Gwen. Yuumi going to DC, but not going to be able to get onto Nightingale. That's going to be another dive coming on through, potentially onto the cat. Javi decides he doesn't want to dive any farther, but that's another big Omega Gaming wildcard win. They get themselves 2-0 in the fight.
And now it's a 3K gold lead almost here for Omega Gaming wildcard. That is pretty damn huge when you're talking about not even 12 minutes into the damn game here, Gordo. Zenigma, it kind of looked good at the start there because they're able to get some huge chunks on down, but Hakai just absolutely bursted down. They're not able to get any members down because there were some flashing health bars on Nightingale, on YYC. Was not able to finish it, and now you're just in such a much worse spot here. You got to make something happen here soonish for Zenigma. You don't want this gold lead to be slipping any further out of your grasp.
No, you definitely do not, and it's certainly slipping here. They've lost themselves about 3K of gold lead over to the side of Omega Gaming Wildcard. 4 kills are on YYC's vein, and they just look so desynced while trying to set up these fights. You can see Zadox and Muschetti are completely bailing on the team fight while Hakai is getting jumped on. Diesel now taking the fight up against Axum. Nightingale going to get spotted by Zadox. Zadox going to try to snip him with the scissors just a little bit, but not much more going to be found.
What else comes of it? There's still more potentially shaping up here, but everybody's just kind of shimmying on off. Nothing too much going to occur as a result. Zenigma wanting a little bit off the back there. Not going to happen. Everybody has to take a bit of a chill pill. Especially Zenigma's bot lane here, because they cannot do squat. This turret on its last legs, not something you usually end up saying when it's a Vayne lane here. But when you're a 4-1-1 Vayne, when you're against that 0-3-1 Xayah, and you have this huge advantage just all across the board, yeah, it happens quite a bit. You even see the early executioners calling here from 35. Oh lord, from 35701, and I can't swallow to save my life.
Yeah, 35701 really trying to stop the healing coming on through from this Yuumi. Also want to call out Nightingale flashed there to avoid the Shadow Surge from Pure Genesis. Nicely played there by the Zenigma Solar mid laner. Coming on in after missing the first 3 games. Really going to have to step up here in this game number 4 if they want to close out the series. They're going to lose their bottom turret here. First gold goes over to YYC. The gold lead continues to grow for Omega Gaming.
And it's not over yet, but very firmly in the grasp of Omega Gaming wildcard. They are growing this lead. Seems like they will have control over the map. Will they be able to extend this lead before team fights to make sure it's very decisive for them? We'll have to see. Next big team fight probably going to be around this next dragon, I would assume, because both these teams sitting on 1 dragon apiece want to get themselves comfortably in the spot. Mega Gaming Wildcard with their already gold lead here, having the dragon lead as well, going to be a nice way to hammer that on home. And then Zenigma, even though they're down in gold, if they're able to get the second dragon here, they can at least look towards an eventual soul pickup here.
shout out to Unified coming through with the raid
hey,
here.
Unified.
Welcome everybody to the stream here. We are in our grand finals of the Risen Divine League. Teams Zenigma Solar up 2-1 over Omega Gaming Wildcard. Omega Gaming, though, with the lead here in this game number 4. Looking to start it up onto the Rift Herald. Zadox going to find Javi here, but he will get pulled to safety by the Dark Passage. That's going to be a nice hook. Landed onto Biscetti's Yumi. Diesel goes with the engage though. Off the back of a big unstoppable
Look at that
force,
AoE.
but there's going to be the spinning from Axum right on top of it. Multiple knockups coming on through from both sides. Akai showing up in the fight a little bit late, trying to finish it on off, and now focusing on the YYC. That is going to be the exhaust thrown on down onto this Vayne. He will be able to finish it on off, and will Diesel be able to carry the fight the rest of the way forward? Flash from Pure Genesis to close it out, and it's going to be a 4-for-5 ace for Team Zenigma Solar.
Very bloody, but Zenigma playing that fight 4 versus 5 for the most part there. Still able to get that and the team fight dub. That is huge. They don't get anything off the back of it with just how bloody that was. So not the biggest win, but still a win nonetheless, and pretty decent at that as well. See what they can do to translate that into this next dragon. Their team fighting just coming to fruition there. All this AoE coming in lickety split. Okay, you land the hook on the cat, but here's the unstoppable force. There is the final chapter. There is the big old spooky Vex Shadow Surge. And look at those health bars just melt here, Gordo.
Zadox gets so much damage there across with the scissors. He and Diesel and Pure Genesis, they carry through so much of the damage in this fight. Hakai shows up late and actually gets surprisingly little done before going on down to YYC, but a great team fight there from Omega, showing how their team composition works. The 2-man knockup from the Malphite paired with the final chapter to keep them locked down. This is how Team Zenigma can win fights.
You just bop them up, spook them up, AoE on them up. Okay, AoE them on up doesn't have the same ring to it, but you get what I'm getting at here, Gordo. You keep them in the zone, and then they just die in the damn zone here. Make a gaming wildcard at the end of the day. We'll get this Rift Hill, though. That was the original start of that previous fight. Zadox has to be careful. Zadox is immune. Teleport coming on out. Are we going to see another repeat here?
He snags away the Rift Herald too, and now is looking to keep the fight going. Pure Genesis gets onto YYC, and that's going to be a nice reset found onto the Shadow Surge. They turn that around onto Javi. 2-for-0 for Zenigma Solar off the back of the steal. That's going to even up the gold, and now they can start sieging onto mid lane. Zadox maybe stepping up a little bit too far here, taking a whole bunch of damage. Going to go into the immune state, though, and Diesel is coming through from the dive on the back line, but they don't quite have the follow up quite yet. They're going to move forward onto that mid lane outer turret. They're going to throw on down the Rift Herald. They will be able to get themselves a little bit of additional gold off that. And Team Zenigma Solar, they're getting themselves back into this game. Go, Farino.
Back-to-back team fights. Who knew? The composition with the Malphite, pretty damn good at team fighting. That's a good hook onto Zadox, but what do you have left in the tank here to really compete with this? Not a lot, it would seem. So Zenigma able to pick up a huge back-to-back team fight win there. And now they're the ones in the gold lead here, despite being down about 4,500 gold just a bit ago. Oh, yep, good timing, Caddy. You read my mind there on the gold graph, because you can see at 15 minutes, 3.3k. Just drops down after those past 2 team fights, and now in Zenigma's ballpark.
Yeah, definitely, and that's where they want to find themselves here. They want to be funneling this gold into Zadox and Pure Genesis to be able to execute their team fight plan the way they want to. Zadox especially, so important that he be able to pick up this gold, and he has been. He's at nearly 100% KP, just missed out on 1. He's got the Nashor's Tooth completed, and he's working very closely towards finishing on off that Rift Maker. That 2-item power spike for the Gwen, having that before this next dragon fight will be huge.
Next dragon fight is a whiles out. While a ways out? I don't know. English is like such a travesty of a language. Who won UPL? That's a good question, actually. I don't know why I was reading Twitch chat right now. We have a bit of a lull in the action. Zenigma, though, definitely bringing it back and bringing it back hard here. This game not over yet by any means, despite the fact that Omega Gaming Wildcard, similar to Game 1, had it in their ballpark early on, and even to a greater extent. Zenigma, though, with some great team fighting, bringing it on back here, putting themselves in the lead. What can Zenigma do? Will they be able to keep the team fights in their favor? Will they be able to keep forcing out these team fights, or will Omega Gaming Wildcard be able to work a little bit of the picks here and then snowball team fights with their Vayne?
Zadox potentially getting caught on out here, getting cut off by Javi, but will be able to turn around, put the brakes on, girt himself back up towards the top side. It's going to be the Baron in the eyes, potentially, of Omega Gaming Wildcard. They've got control over this topside river. The next dragon fight not going to be for another minute here. Going to be keeping a close eye on Zadox to see if he can find some gold somewhere to scrape together to finish on off his second item. With all the camps dead, it doesn't look like that opportunity is going to present itself. Trying to pick up some mid lane farm if at all possible, snipping away at this wave. Really going to have to take the recall right away as 50 seconds to go on Dragon.
Yep, always got to get those recalls on in, and like you said, this is a really big one. Yep, there it is. This is a 2-item Gwen for this upcoming Dragon fight. The strongest person on the Rift here, aside from YYC, is Vayne. Gonna be a bit of a clash of the titans here, but one of them does happen to be immune, and just that when Gwen is immune, that is a little bit busted, a little bit broken, a little bit game breaking. There are a lot of strong words for it. In fact, a plentitude of which that I can't say on stream. Good hook coming on out
there on to Pure Genesis, but the fight gonna break out anyway. Here's gonna be Nightingale advancing forward. Pure Genesis at about half HP, but is willing to take that cost. Will now get healed on up by the Yuumi. The Dragon is going to be spawning shortly. Diesel has the ultimate, can start the fight off at will here, just waiting for some members to group on up if at all possible. They're fighting over the mid priority so they can move back on over and take this Dragon in peace. As long as Diesel and Zadox have their fight lines set up appropriately, this should be a good Dragon take for Team Zenigma.
Look at this flank though. Axum, I believe not spotted just yet, is spotted now. Does have to be wary, is going to be poked down just a little bit. There is the one singular word going down to make sure the monkey can't do that funky chunky monkey business here. No monkeys jumping on the bed. Does mean that Diesel is over the wall there, main engage. They are getting flanked. That Dragon is
for Javi, but that's going to be a big reset on the Shadow Surge, carrying on forward for the rest of the fight. They're trying to finish off on a YYC, and it will be a double kill going on over to Biscetti's Yuumi. Now they've found themselves onto Axum. They will take him out while they do it. Advance over the wall from Diesel of the Unstoppable Force, trying to lock down on a Nightingale. He flashes on away, but he's just going to find himself face to face with Hakai. He gets taken on out. It's only 35701 left standing, and Baron is gonna be in the eyes of Enigma Solar. They're willing to give up Soul Point if it means they get that big purple worm.
Yep. It does Giga suck that they do lose that Soul Point, like you said, but it is a 4-for-1, an absolute wipe in that fight here. You got 4 members to shred down this Baron. You got this super strong Gwen that will just, like, snip this Baron to pieces, I guess, if we want to be really lore specific here, more lore referential. Zenigma taking a definitive dub in that fight. Will be saying to go re-teleport though. There is no
a little too late. They will finish off the Baron, but Axum gonna get the fight started. Here comes Javi to rejoin the fight. They're just gonna have to try to keep as many of these buffs alive as they can, but they instead decide to take it. Hakai throws on down. The Feather Storm is just gonna get taken on out. And now they're gonna have to back on away, but they're willing to sacrifice Diesel though if it means they get to keep these buffs.
Yeah, it does suck that the top lane and does lose the Baron buff. Arguably one of, if not the most important Baron buff to have, as you usually have that top lane in the side lane, and not having the Baron buff there is gonna suck. But at the end of the day, it's a 4-for-2 team fight. You also get Baron. You take out the teleport from Axum as well. We can see the setup of this fight. The fact that Axum was spotted out and just not allowed to participate in this fight is huge. Nightingale tries their darndest over this wall. It is a really nice flank, but then it just means 35701, YYC, Javi, just kind of there to take all the burst, take the punishing, take the big old damage, and from there it is all Zenigma, all day long, baby.
Yeah, absolutely here. We'll see if, it does look like Pure Genesis respawned in time to get the Baron buff, so they do actually end up with 4 of them here. Pretty good for the side of Zenigma. Definitely the result they were hoping for. Diesel did end up going on down. We'll see how they're able to utilize this. They're focusing on towards the bottom side. They've got Zadox stacked over here along with the bottom lane. Should be able to pick on up this outer turret without too much trouble.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Omega Gaming Wildcard, you just give up this outer turret. Like, there are heals you die on in League of Legends, and then there's outer turrets when the enemy has Baron buff. Like, you just give those.
Sure. Now Zadox moving across the map, trying to find himself camps wherever he may. He's at 170 CS here, even with his mid laner. Substantially ahead of Javi. Is exactly the game plan he wanted to execute here as this hard farming jungler. You know, this is what he wanted to do on the Udyr in game number 2, and it just didn't really end up working out for him. So this is going to be a big play on a Nightingale. Good dodge away from the Shadow Surge, but it just doesn't matter. The Mistral Bolt just demolishes him there. And now with him off of the map, that is going to be a 5 versus 4 scenario for Zenigma Solar. They get themselves an inner turret in the top lane, and they get more opportunities to keep pushing with this Baron buff.
And what a huge pick indeed. Because now you have 5 versus 4 on the map. As this team fighting comp that has Baron, to say the ball is... Oh lord, to say the ball is in Zenigma's park is a bit of an understatement here. Mega Game and Wildcard gonna try their darndest here.
Yeah, focusing on the Diesel, actually getting a lot of damage onto the tanky Malphite. It is going to be Zadox falling on down here, takes too much damage. Kai is a little bit late to the fight, and Javi is carrying the Westerly forward. Keep Pure Genesis safe has got to be the game plan from here on out. That's going to be another hook landed onto Diesel, but now what about the follow-up fight? Advancing forward onto Javi. YYC advances as well, trying to tumble on in, trying to get the shots off on off, but just can't do it. Is going to have to back away.
Big Game of Wildcard do save their base, though. The inhibitor turret was not cracked, which is really, really damn important for them to stabilize here. 20 seconds until the next dragon as well, when they will have, for now, a bit of a man advantage on the map. Zadox just spawning in right now. But the fact that you have this man advantage should lead to some vision control. As we see Nightingale just going on in there. Checking, is there anyone I can pick off? Is there anywhere I can drop a control word? Actually, they don't even have any control words. Okay.
Something we saw bite Zenigma in game number 2 as well, although I'm speaking too soon, as Pure Genesis has found his angle there, trying to finish off on a YYC. Zadox running forward with the Ghost, has the Yuumi on top of him, but he's going a little bit too far. He's going to end up losing his life there. Yuumi going to get thresh hooked, but will be able to escape. But with Zadox down, that's going to be Dragon Soul to Omega Gaming Wildcard.
Unless they can do something huge here. Keep in mind, there is no Stormbringer available. There is no box available, so technically there is a little bit of an angle here, but it is such a hard sell, and Zenigma overstretching themselves way too damn hard on that one, Gordo. That's just a free soul here for a Mega Gaming Wildcard. Even though Zenigma got the first dragon of this game, could have easily grabbed that dragon with the pressure they kind of got off the back of just spooking them in the mid lane. Just gives it up. And this is a high value soul. We saw what it could do last game. You now have like a much more bulky and durable front line. Grievous wounds be damned. There's gonna be some health heal in this game.
Yeah, and the point I was going to make was exactly that until Zenigma made it even more explicitly, was that a problem that Zenigma Solar had in game number 3 was that they were taking fights at bad times, where it resulted in them having to give up dragons, and that was often with Zadox getting picked off last game. And then I was gonna say it was true this time because Diesel wasn't going to have unstoppable force for the Soul Drake spawn, but then Zadox made it even more true because he steps up way too much forward and he gets killed.
Yeah, okay. Might have seen history almost repeat itself there. Kinda don't want that. You know, not like Baron spawns in 10 seconds or anything. Not a huge deal. Whew! Take a bit of a chill pill, though. Things... Aside from the soul, which is a huge differential, dead even in this game. Never mind, we can't take a chill pill.
Diesel is TPing on in. They're trying to focus on a YYC. YYC going to flash himself over the wall. Diesel arrives, but just a little bit too late. Will be a successful escape from Omega Gaming Wildcard, and they are already seeing their health bars tick right back up with this Ocean Soul.
That is the power of the Ocean Dragon, baby. Like... Nobody dies in a fight. Alright, you just get a free Warmogs if you look at a minion funny, and that is indeed what happens here. Keep in mind, YYC actually getting a decent amount of magic resist under their belt against this magic damage heavy Zenigma composition. Combine that with the Ocean Soul, combine that with the fact that they are getting at least a bit of bonus health from this shield boat, means that YYC's Vayne is going to be deceptively a bit tankier than what you would expect from an AD carry. Definitely still burstable, but you will get caught off guard in those certain situations here and there.
Absolutely will here. Now the Baron going to be in the eyes of Omega Gaming Wildcard. Zadox stepping forward, avoids the death sentence, and this might be the opportunity they were waiting for to start to take a fight. They do have the final chapter available, but they don't even have to use it on a 35701. Instead, it's going to be the target on a Nightingale. They're going to trust that this Malphite can finish off the kill, but that's not working out at all. Diesel's in a 1 versus 3. They've completely abandoned him, and he's going to fall on down there as they trade 1 for 1 on the other side of the map. Axum for Hakai. This is a 2-for-1 fight for Omega Gaming Wildcard, and they can start it off the Baron.
Yeah. I mean, Zadox is still here. Shadow Surge actually comes out. Not able to get the burst, though.
No, met with the hook, and that's going to be Pure Genesis falling on down. Makes it the 1-for-1. This is not the result they were hoping for. Zadox is over the wall. He's getting marked by Nightingale here. Doesn't want to give up this Baron, but what choice does he really have? He's just got to duel it out with Nightingale for as long as he can. He's got the Yuumi on top of him. He dashes over the wall, but he's just going to get one shot for this. He's not going to be able to stay alive for nearly long enough. Trying to sustain through it, though. Has the Yuumi healing, but it just doesn't matter. 2 more kills for Omega Gaming Wildcard as they win the fight. They get the ace, they get the Baron, they get the soul, and they have everything in their pocket, Goferino.
Yep. And Zenigma, they had such a strong comeback in the mid game there. We saw their team fights really come in hot there, but it's just been falling apart here, Gordo. And now the fact that there's an Ocean Soul for Omega Gaming Wildcard means they can stomach a lot of the initial burst here from Zenigma. Let's take a look at the replay, because, like, it looks good at first. 35701 caught off. Yeah, but that's just the support. And look how much damage Hakai takes just from the LeBlanc from Nightingale. Diesel trapped on the bot lane. Yes, you get that 1 kill, but you give up so much in return. Pure Genesis almost gets this instant 1-shot here, but the shield, beautiful hook from 35701. And of course, we gotta mention the damn Ocean Soul buff here, because that's giving you so much extra survivability.
Zadox trying to work his way through these members here. He does survive for quite a long time, especially with the Yuumi healing helping him out. But it just doesn't matter, and he just can't get himself through the fight. It's 35701 getting picked off in the mid lane. It's a nice little payback there for Team Zenigma Solar. They get themselves a 5 versus 4 on the map. Shadow Surge doesn't quite land on a Javi, but they're looking to chase anyway. He will be able to escape. He's a little bit too fast
here. Like, you do have to be wary about these side lanes. Do have 1 turret apiece each, so you can get this inhibitor and then back here off the back of that pick, but you have to back quickly.
Yeah, but I think actually Nightingale and Axum, they feel obligated to go back too, because they're worried about their base being threatened. Now it is going to be Axum staying behind. He should be able to get himself this inhibitor unless a recall manages to complete. Instead, it looks like Zenigma are going to stay and try to fight, but they can't quite find the angle. They do lose their bottom lane inhibitor, as Axum is finally going to choose to back on away.
Inhib for inhib. Not bad when you are on the back foot like Zenigma. They are able to get some objective bounties with that. They are able to get that 1 pick. They should be able to get Prio over this Elder Dragon. They won't be able to snag it for free, but having some wards down, knowing where the enemy is, always very helpful. Also lose their top lane inhibitor turret, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big minion wave there that they just can't deal with. Hakai's got to be very careful, gets chunked on out. Now Diesel has the TP, but is choosing instead to just walk back to lane. He's got the Yuumi on top of him. Hook going to land over the wall. They are not willing to give up this Elder Dragon. They need to find themselves an angle to be able to fight, but their base is just getting hammered on by these minions, and their inhibitor in top lane likely going to end up falling on down at this rate. They're choosing to sacrifice this in order to fight for the Elder Drake. This is everything. They advance forward. They throw on down the Shadow Surge. They're trying to get this fight started, but they've already lost 2 members. Both carries are already down. Goferino. It's going to be all up to Zadox on the Gwen to carry through the rest of this fight, but he's
not enough.
Well, they finish off on a YYC, but YYC is going to be the only member that they kill. Omega Gaming Wildcard take the fight 5 for 1, and they're going to close on out this game number 4 and bring us to game 5.
Just when they were on death's door here, Gordo, they are able to bring it back. Zenigma almost brought it back in the mid game here, but a mid game wild card. They're able to punish some mistakes. They're able to stack up once again towards the Ocean Soul. And Dragon Soul is a hell of a drug here. It's enough to bring us to the copyright-friendly Silver Scrapes and to Game 5 of this finals.
And we were hoping for it, Gopherino. We got to see the 5-game series 3 weeks ago when they played in their winner's side final, and now we have got it once again. Omega Gaming Wildcard, bring it back from a 0-2 deficit. Take us the full distance here to 5 games up against Team Zenigma Solar.
Yep, and we're just gonna have to see what's on the flip side for us here, Gordo. Because goddamn, Omega Gaming Wildcard on death's door in the series, able to bring it back there. It looks like the pick compositions, it looks like the skirmish compositions seems to be their comfort zone, as it's letting them get some key picks, it's letting them stack up these Dragon Souls, get these objectives, and really just crush Zenigma.
Yeah, and Zenigma, they were getting themselves a lead. They were taking advantages here up against Omega. They were looking like they were going to be able to carry end up giving this over to Omega Gaming Wildcard. Remember, they almost got the 3rd Ocean Soul for Zenigma, but it got smote away right in front of their face in a fight that they won. And then Zadok's getting picked off before that 4th one means that the Ocean Soul goes over to Omega Gaming Wildcard and lets them carry on through this game number 4 and take us the full distance. I'm excited for Game 5, Gopherino. I'm sure everybody else is as well. We're going to take it to one more break while we get into draft for that final game. But we will see you all soon and play some Silver Scrapes.
Wee woo woo.
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Arisen Divine League. We are going all the way to Game 5, Go Farino. Omega Gaming Wildcard on the verge of the reverse sweep. They have won themselves the last 2 in a row after going down 0-2 to Zenigma Solar, who were running on an emergency sub mid laner and down 2 bans, by the way. With all the disadvantages, Zenigma Solar were dominating, but Omega Gaming Wildcard, they've turned it on and they've come back here in the back half of the night.
And even with Pure Genesis returning to the mid lane and Zenigma able to have all 3 bans in that first section here once again, Zenigma able to take that last game. Once again, looks like the sides have swapped. Yes, they have.
Indeed, they have.
It's been a
Zenigma
long
Solar
night.
On the blue, Omega Gaming Wildcard on the red, the Wukong ban, the Vayne ban. YYC, 2 Vayne games in a row, 2 Ws,
Oh.
and the Trundle first pick on blue side. Zenigma's going right back to what worked before, baby.
Yeah. Oh. You know what also worked into the Trundle? Oh. I'm getting a little bit of deja vu here. It
We
won't
are.
be full deja vu. The Vayne is off the board, so we won't see that.
Surely Diesel would not pick Gnar into Camille a second time. Surely that is not an option that is on the table right now for Team Zenigma Solar. We'll see.
Technically, it is an option.
Yeah, this was a Misfortune Victor look when this draft nearly identically
Okay.
took place previously. This time they're looking at the set as their answer to the Camille. I would like this, I think, a little bit better than the Gnar, and they will lock it on in. Presumably Diesel and Zadok's going to be trading away those picks here. And now we'll see if the Misfortune is what they want to prioritize now that that Vayne is banned away. But no, it's going to be
Okay.
Aphelios, a new look here for Hakai in the bottom lane.
Okay. A really new look because Hakai has been sticking to the lethality poke marksman this entire time. But now going for a hyper carry here in the Aphelios can't scale up insanely well. Does have to worry about the fact that there is already a Camille and Viego on the enemy team. You are going to need a lot of peel here in this sport. Oh, yep. And the LeBlanc as well. I believe that was banned away last game by Zenigma, not wanting to deal with that. Mega Game Wildcard picking the same first 3 champions that really helped them in that game 3. Start the comeback in this series. Will they be able to continue it? Because Pure Genesis can counterpick in the mid lane. Will they opt in for the Vex once again? Or will they try something else entirely?
Yeah, definitely a possibility here. The Pike, crucially, has been left up this time, Go for, Mega Gaming Wildcard, they banned Cassidon and Pike in this situation previously. And by previously, I mean last game. 2 games ago, they banned Pike and Nico here. The Nico ban stays, but the Pike ban will be let through. Curious to see if Boschetti will end up going for this. Let's find out what Omega Gaming Wildcard want to lock in here on R4. They take the Nautilus support.
Yep, that was banned last game. 35701 has been gravitating towards that. Great pick to punish the Aphelios. Another new champion here in the Silas. Zenigma Solar going for the Hunky Hotman composition here in the Aphelios. I mean, Aphelios is a bit of a hot lad as well. Either way, though,
Trundle?
interesting to see the Silas here will scale up well against the LeBlanc, just given the fact that you are naturally very hardy towards magic damage in the later stages of the game. The Leona as well. Okay, so Zenigma bringing out 4 new picks here in this final game of the series.
Yeah, for sure. That's going to be the Leona. They don't know what 80 carry they're up against, so they don't want to commit to something like the Pike. It'll be really tough to play that up against, a really safe 80 carry like the Ezreal. It could end up coming on through.
Oh, okay. 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 Omega Game Wildcard kind of just going back to game 3 here. Going heavy on the pick, going heavy on the single target, looking to single people out and burst them. The YYC probably going for much more of a pokey Kaisa build here. But still pretty damn similar to their game number 3. Zenigma Solar, on the other hand, rocking a very different look here. It's going to be a bloody one, once again.
surely going to be here. The Kai'Sa Nautilus classic duo coming on down for YYC and 35701 on the bottom lane, facing off against this Aphelios Leona comp from Hakai and Boschetti. Oh boy, this is going to be a fun game to watch go for. The Silas LeBlanc skill matchup for Pure Genesis and Nightingale really going to swing this one quite a bit, and gonna be having to look at Axum on the Camille as well. Him popping off on this in game number 3 was so big here for Omega Gaming Wildcard, and you gotta be thinking about whether or not he's gonna be able to do it again.
But it's not against the Gnar this time. It's not that free matchup. It is against the set who has the Facebreaker when you do go in. Has much better tools than, well, okay, the Mini Gnar, because Axum would just go in on the Mini Gnar and slaughter the poor little Yordle, as is what you do in the Gnar matchup. But there is no mini set. There is just the big old normal set here, Gordo. So whatever you go in, you have to be wary of that. And you are going to be taking a lot of damage in return. So it's going to be a much different look in the top lane, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely is going to be. And then back on the Trundle is going to be Zadox. First 3 games, all were so good for him on that Trundle. Even the loss in game number 3, he was looking pretty good on the Trundle there for a while. Got himself an early lead, just wasn't able to carry it all the way through to a victory. So, gonna be an interesting jungle matchup to be on the lookout for as well, with this Trundle up against the Viego. Didn't work out in Trundle's favor in game number 3, but a lot went wrong in game number 3 that may or may not continue to go wrong in game number 5.
Yeah, because a lot of what happened in game 3 was the fact that top lane snowballed and they kind of just gave up all those dragons on the side of Zenigma. So they got to be on their A game here. Pay a lot more attention to the dragons, because that has been a constant in these past 2 games that Omega Gaming Wildcard has won. The fact that they were able to get that soul somewhat uncontested, at least in both games. There was some contention here and there. We even saw a dragon taken by Zenigma in the last game. The soul at the end of the day does still go over to the Mega Game Wildcard, and they abuse the hell out of it and just win the game using the raw stats, the raw power, the raw just what have you from that buff to really just drive it on home, Gordo. So Zenigma Solar, I want to see them more on top of their game here, especially since you do have Zadox once again on this Trundle, who can exert a lot of early dragon pressure.
Yeah, a good set of powerful frontliners here. Even the Silas going to be, a little bit beefier than your average bear in the mid lane there. And going to be looking really good up against, a more burst-focused composition. You've got this LeBlanc. You want to be getting the Viego in there to get these resets by bursting out a single target. As long as Akai can manage to keep himself safe on this Aphelios, feels like Zenigma Solar have drafted well around what Omega Gaming Wildcard's composition is trying to do in regards to picking off and bursting individual targets, especially with this set and this Trundle. Really well set up to avoid those kinds of scenarios. They just have to keep Hakai safe, and they have to have Pure Genesis choosing his moments wisely. He's got a good set of ultimates to steal away from. The depth charge is probably the best of them, but other than that, Omega Gaming Wildcard have drafted in such a way that there's not great options for the Silas. He's got a solid one-on-one up against the LeBlanc, but other than that, maybe sometimes Hextech Ultimatum will be good as a bit of a gap closer. Maybe sometimes he'll go for a Heartbreaker to execute somebody down, but not going to have the synergies that a lot of these champs do that are required to be able to really make most use out of their ultimates.
We'll still get pretty decent use, thankfully enough. Like you mentioned, there are thankfully more things to the Silas than just the hijack ultimate. We'll be able to go toe-to-toe with that LeBlanc in the side lanes much later on. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Merc Treads come out here from Pure Genesis, just to really help with some anti-burst tools. Combine that with some health from, say, the Everfrost, then you're going to be pretty stocky against that LeBlanc in the side lane. Not so much against the Camille. Camille will be able to whittle through you. And Zenigma Solar's comp, I mean, it is very, very much geared towards it's gonna kind of be a bit of the Hakai show this game. You do have other damage, you do have other threats, but at the end of the day, I feel like it's really just gonna be Hakai being able to mow down everyone on Omega Gaming Wildcard, and then the rest of Zenigma Solar just finishing up from there.
Absolutely here. And with that said, throw it to one more break here. Go for Eno. We are going to get onto the rift for game number 5 between Zenigma Solar and Omega Gaming Wildcard. Let's roll the silver scrapes one more time, Caddy, and let's get ready for a little bit more League of Legends before the season is over. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Risen Divine League Grand Finals. We are at Game 5, with Team Zenigma Solar on the blue side, taking on Omega Gaming Wildcard on the red. Omega Gaming on the verge of the reverse sweep here, went down 0-2, have fought back in Games 3 and 4, and are now just one more game away from taking themselves a championship.
Let's see, because it does all start off here in the early game. What are the junglers gonna do here? Zadox should have the prio on the Rift. They should have the faster clear. They should have the stronger early duel and the stronger early ganks. It's just a matter of what they decide to do on their comfort trundle pick that they have been picking this entire series when it isn't banned.
Yeah, and it's been working out pretty well. I mean, it was a huge part of the wins in games 1 and 2. It less so in games 3 and 4. 4 it didn't even get picked. It was banned. In game 3, it did get ahead, but it wasn't enough to carry them on through against the snowbally comp of Omega Gaming Wildcard and the Ocean Soul that they did obtain for themselves. Now, in this game number 5, they're going to need it to look more like it did at the beginning of the series. They want to come on out with the win.
Just gotta keep up the hustle. Bring back that early hustle. Trying to get a little bit of shenanigans here in the spot lane. There are some minions in the way though, so a little bit tricky. Don't want to be going in too hard. And yeah, just standard level 1 action across the rift. Set as always with that super strong level 1. Pressure with the face breaker. You have the Conqueror. You have the 1-2 Puncheroo passive Aru. Eh.
That's going to be a hook coming on through from 35701, met with a Zenith Blade. So Sketty going to take a little bit more than he gives on out there. Meanwhile, Diesel choosing to be aggressive in the early lane, as you can be on this set in the Camille matchup, will get this wave crashed on in very early on. Ooh, is Nightingale. Finds Zadox. At the very least, they know now exactly where that trundle is.
Oh, look at the response on the top side, though.
Yeah, coming in and getting that ward, knowing exactly where Javi might be. They know he's on the bottom side of the map. Javi just working away on his blue buff for right now.
So both junglers a little spotted out here by the early vision. So not going to be able to do too much shenanigans.
A lot of damage coming through onto Diesel. He'll try to sustain himself up through it with that pit grit. Wave crashing into the bottom lane. Diesel once again trading away with Axum in this top lane. Axum on this Camille. Such a big force in game number 3. This time facing off against that set instead of that Gnar.
Like we mentioned in Champions, like won't be as easy of a 1v1. Look for the Epson. It does land. There is a flash and distortion though, I believe. So flash on out. They're going.
Flash forward from Zadox. He does get the bite for the slow, but not Pure Genesis going to wait on the blink back. Diesel coming on down. There's the abduct, and first blood comes through for Pure Genesis.
And that is pretty damn nice when you talk about a mid lane matchup as important as this. We saw what Nightingale could do last game when they were just able to just distortion on into the back line and burst Takai with just whenever the hell they wanted to. Gonna be taking a little bit more of a chill pill this game though with this early first blood they gave on over. And Pure Genesis gonna really love this extra acceleration as the Silas does classically scale up pretty damn well with both levels and items. Getting now levels and gold, which will become items from that first blood. Very well appreciated. Zenigma, maybe they are rekindling that game 1 and 2 spirit here.
Yeah, going for the book, the ring, and the shoes for this first recall. Definitely going to be happy with what that additional 400 gold has obtained for him. His potential to be able to take these fights as he's now immediately looking for a roam towards the top lane to try to punish Axum. Axum going the flash on this Camille, so we'll have some potential to escape. The pullback on in from the face breaker, though. Full combo from both parties, and Pure Genesis gets himself a second kill. Now they're chasing down onto YYC. Hakai gets him off the back of the Infernum Q, and now going to turn it into another kill with Zadox taking down 35701. Zenigma Solar coming back alive in this game number 5. They are up 4-0 at 5 minutes into the game.
They come out swinging here, Gordo, and they don't let up. You now have 2 kills for this Silas. this Trundle for Zadox, participating in nearly every kill. Are they going to be able to translate this into an early dragon? Probably not. They have some pretty low health bars. There is going to be some contention coming out from Mega Game Wildcard. You can't win everything, but you are able to win a lot on the map. A little concerned though about this dragon, because we were talking about in Champion Select how Mega Game Wildcard able to control those dragons' objectives so well. And those souls were just so instrumental in both their previous wins here. So, makes me a little hesitant, but still very Zenigma favored.
Yeah, look, giving up the first one, it's fine. Giving up the second one is fine. Giving up the third one is even going to be fine in some scenarios. But Zenigma Solar have, in the last couple of games, consistently just had their timings off or taken bad fights at the worst possible time to give on up too many Drakes to a Mega Gaming wildcard. And it's resulted in them getting soul both games, and it's resulted in them winning the game off that soul both games. So, one dragon is fine, but they're going to have to, you know, they're going to have to reel it back at some point. You can't give over like 12 dragons in a row this series, boys.
It wasn't 12 in a row. They did get the first dragon last game, so. And there were the first 2 games.
Fair. I apologize for the slander.
It is now like 5 dragons in a row though for Mega Gaming Wildcard, series wise, including last game. So make what you will of that. Sure, there's some statisticians out there. They're like, yes, nice stat. Even though I'm a statistician.
Look, I'm just saying, look, even if they take one this game and then they give over 3 more, my criticism's going to be the same. I'm not going to tell them that they fixed the problem. I think that's the same problem appearing yet again. So now they're going to look
the same problem. It's just happening 5 minutes later.
Yeah, exactly. It's a big stacked up wave for Hakai and Biscetti in the bottom lane. Looking to crash it on in, probably going to get themselves a nice recall off of it if they want to, but I think they just did that. So, are actually probably just going to look to try to keep the pressure on up against YYC and 35701. Bunch of letters and bunch of numbers, as we like to call them here. That's going to be Axum getting the flash knockup, locking him on down, but he's going to lose the one-on-one. Diesel picks up the kill with the showstopper. Now he's going to give up to Javi, but huge play there in the top lane, turning what was a 1-for-0 into a 1-for-1, and now Zadox has the opportunity to fight it out with Javi here. Javi just going to Heartbreaker himself on out of there.
Yep. So top lane's going a little bit better than it was the last time Axum was on Camille, if he happened to be named Diesel. That was pretty good. That's what you want to see. Great moves by Zenigma so far. They are looking to pick up this Herald. 3 strong in the top side, 4 strong. I didn't catch where Diesel was before we flipped. Okay, now 4 strong in the top side, so they will be able to get this Rift Herald. Plate's still on the board. If they keep up this aggression, if they're able to get a kill with this roaming death squad, I mean, potentially in the top lane, potentially in the mid lane here, that is a lot of turret gold available for you from those plates alone.
Sure here, lockdown on an Axum coming through once again. No solar flare available quite yet, but looking at the dive anyways. Now it is going to be available. Just ticked over to level 6, did Biscetti. Now going to land the Zenith Blade, looking to take this fight up against 35701. The Subjugate's been thrown on out, and that is going to be a kill. Coming through on his Zadox sooner or later, surely. They just can't get the last shot up against 35701. He's staying alive here. Genesis steals away the depth charge to start on off the fight, and 35701 is still standing, but finally he's going to fall on down off the back of it, but it's taking so long that Nightingale has shown up to try to turn this play back around. He gets himself a double kill. Pure Genesis going to finish on one off for himself as well. They've lost their jungler, though. That's going to be a triple kill coming through to the Nightingale as Javi is now looking to chase down on a Pure Genesis. Pure Genesis gets knocked back in, gets Heartbreaker. But Pure Genesis turns it around. He gets himself the double. That's an unofficial quadra, I believe, for Pure Genesis in the top lane. That's crazy, Goferino. That's some craziness right there.
That's crazy. Damn, shoddy. I don't know why that quote came to my head, but god damn, that was a top lane fight. And Omega Gaming Wildcard 35701 was able to stall out so long. Nightingale able to come up, turn around that fight. But Kingslayer heal is a hell of a drug. Here's the start of that fight. They're all jumping onto 35701. They think they got it, but there is no ignite on this Nautilus. Not able to finish it. Yep. Come on. And now the turrets start racking on.
It takes like 10 years to kill 35701 here, and it really opens up a big opportunity for Nightingale to get himself 2 kills. But turnaround for Pure Genesis is just super good.
Yeah. Because it looks like they get this. You get the pillar, you get the Heartbreaker, but Kingslayer heals just so massive. Like, that was a quarter of Pure Genesis.
He's keeping it going in the mid lane here. Looks like he didn't quite land the Abduct, but now Dragon number 2 getting started on up. This time, Zenigma Solar, they want to get themselves one. They don't want to be 6 in a row. Subjugate.
Subjugate down.
Yeah, it's thrown on to Javi. He's going to be backing away for the time being, but not the most value you could possibly get out of your Trundle ultimate. Looks like it might be enough to get them started on this Dragon, though. Nightingale has other plans. He blinks forward, is looking
teleports.
Be aggressive, pull back on in, onto the Leona. They are going to throw on out the stun, but it just gets immuned basically by that Heartbreaker. Now Zadok's going to try to finish this one off. It does go over to Javi. The fight might not be in their favor. Pure Genesis jumps back over the walls. He lands the Abduct, chasing down on a YYC. They finish off on a 35701, and now they're focusing on a Nightingale. They turn back around and go for YYC instead. Pure Genesis is dominating off the back of those 2 kills that he was able to pick on off. So 2 for 1, but the Dragon does go to a Mega Gaming Wildcard.
Yeah, that concerns me. Because I remember last game and the game before where Zenigma did win a fight around Dragon, but still gave up that Dragon and it nipped them in their butt just a little bit later. They are able to win the fight. This should be first tower. Well, plates are still available, so it is a huge dub. But I think you're also a little concerned too, Gordo, because this is 2 early Dragons for a Mega Gaming Wildcard. It is
a 5k gold lead for Zenigma Solar, though. It's a big gold lead, and a lot of it's on Pure Genesis' Silas, who appears to be able to do no wrong. So, you know, it's...
I'm still concerned, though.
I feel you.
Much like
I feel
parent.
you. I'm not...
Oh,
your feelings are valid. But... Oh my goodness, this gold lead is just so big here. Pure Genesis is looking like a Felios right now for who knows why, but he's got the most gold in the game and he's big. Whew.
Yep. And interestingly enough, YYC haven't been able to talk too much about this Kaisa, but going for a bit more old school of a Kraken Slayer build here. What this build does, it allows you to get a much more rapid double evolution for a crit-orientated Kaisa. Because once you have the Kraken Slayer plus Zerkers plus a Zeal...
Oh, Pure Genesis, he's at it again. He focuses on forward. He jumps forward with the killer instinct, and he gets himself the kill. Godlike now on the Silas, as now the dive is coming on through in the top lane. That is going to be the lockdown coming on through onto that... Oh no, Hakai is going to end up going on down there. That is going to be Muschetti falling on down 2. Double kill comes through for Javi. Zadok's going to have to back on away.
I mean, just good flank there from Axum from 35701. Just moving on around, picking up those 2 kills in the top lane. One was a mini shutdown as well onto Kai. So you take that. Teleport coming out from this set. Zadok's also in the area. Good pillar, good showstopper.
Later the Ruin King Silas, not to be scoffed at here, is going to focus his damage first forward onto Axum. That's going to be a big haymaker. Then the red buff going to burn him on down. 35701 getting locked on down, and Pure Genesis arrives in order to clean up the 3rd kill. It's 3 kills going over to Team Zenigma Solar. Even when Omega Gaming Wildcard makes something happen, Zenigma slams it back in their face, and they get themselves even more than they gave up.
Oh, Solar Flare does land. No cleanse.
Yeah, red and white guns available for Hakai, but he is in a 2 versus 2, and Nightingale's damage is just a little bit too high. They will be able to finish off that kill, but meanwhile, the split in the top lane is successful for Zenigma Solar. They are going to focus forward onto this inner turret here. They're going to try to get themselves as much as they possibly can while they have eyes on every member of the team that's still alive.
And that should be another large chunk of gold in the pockets of Zenigma, now up about 6.5k gold, give or take just a few hundo. It is still very focused towards that top side, though. Thanks, mostly in large part due to Pure Genesis having 8 kills. They're a little ahead of the curve here as the Silas, to say the least.
Yeah, that's definitely fair to say. Yeah, the 10 stack Magi's definitely going to be contributing there as well, just to try to cash out even more from the rampage that he is going on. And already with the 10 stacks from the ring means that it's already gold efficient because he gets that bonus movement speed.
So, very nice to have. Very powerful position to be in as well right before this dragon is spawning. You do have to get this one. I mean, okay, technically you don't, but you don't want to be giving over the threatened potential of the soul point. It's been a long night. You know, best of fives do that too. The thought process, so to speak. Setting up though for dragon should be Zenigma here. They've already pushed in. They're gonna grab this free turret, making sure there's a bit of a Christmas light bonanza in the enemy jungle.
Oh, definitely. Dragon spawning in a few seconds here. Going to, this time, very likely, go to Zenigma Solar. Surely they will be able to obtain this one and stop the stacking coming on through from a Mega Gaming Wildcard. Meanwhile, Axum, splitting on this top side, is trying to finish on off. This mid lane inner turret will get it, and this is a pick onto Busquetti as well. They are trying to follow up onto this Leona, going to flash away. Hakai is going to be there and follow on up with the snare of his own with the Gravitum. 5 members of a Mega Gaming Wildcard all moving on up towards the top side here. Zadox is on the flank, looking to see if he can pick off a single member. Pure Genesis is arriving as well, but is a little bit too far away. They will allow a Mega Gaming Wildcard to escape.
So, Mega Gaming Wildcard. They try. Sadly, not enough. Busquetti going for the Aftershock Leona. Much more old school. We typically see the Glacial Augment nowadays, just due to the fact that it decreases damage to the rest of your team. It gives you that really obnoxious all-in power. But you can't deny Aftershock. Still pretty good on the Leona, still pretty good on the Nulls, and gives you a lot of survivability, which can be very crucial in high damage, very bursty games like this. So, does pay off. Does pay off.
Zhonya's Hourglass now completed for Pure Genesis. He's on 3 items, and yes, Magi's is kind of cheap for a full legendary item, but nonetheless, I mean, you know, he's getting this. It gives a stack to your Everfrost for the Mythic passive, so definitely going to count in that category, and definitely going to be worth a legendary item when he's got all this additional gold on, and he's looking to get some more stacks right here. Jumps onto Javi, follows him up with his own Heartbreaker. He's trying to finish on off this kill, goes into the Zonias. It was so low now, and this chase down is going to come on through. Pure Genesis goes legendary there and gets 4 more stacks, as now they're picking off onto 35701. Axum is looking for the engage, but the double teleport is coming on through from Team Zenigma Solar. Axum going to find himself face to face with Pure Genesis, who jumps right on top of that Camille and does so much damage. Hakai going to be able to claim that kill. It's a 2 for 0 for Zenigma Solar across the map off the back of a couple of TPs, and they're going to look to siege on the mid-inner turret.
And 18 minutes into the game, Zenigma find themselves with the 7k gold lead, kind of bringing back that game to Magic here with how dominant it seems they have been. Gold graph just going up and up and up in their favor. It seems a steady march on upwards. Almost as if it's an unstoppable force, so to speak. Not the Malphite ultimate, but...
Fair enough. Fair enough. We've seen some Malphite in this series. I'll give that one to you.
We've seen one Malphite.
We have. That counts. That's enough.
Singular Malphite.
You're allowed to make Malphite jokes if there's been at least one Malphite in the series. That's the rules.
I mean, you can always make Malphite jokes. Is the Malphite banned? Yeah, sure. Is the Malphite covered? Yeah, sure.
Good enough. Rift Herald going to pick on up that outer turret in the mid lane here. Hakai stacking on up some of those chakrams, or at least going to have the ability to. I really like the green and white gun combo as a team fighting tool. I actually think it's a little underrated, undersold, underdiscussed versus the red-white guns. The Calibrum and chakram combo, really good there if you could throw down a turret. You can get those range shots, and they keep giving you the long range procs, and they keep giving you chakrams. Feels real good.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest on it. It's a decent combo. There's worse combos. Oh, yep. Nightingale just got his distortion back on out. Not wanting to deal with that face check. Unsurprisingly, there's gonna be a bit of just calm here on the Rift while we wait on some objectives to spawn. Baron did just spawn. Don't think we're gonna be seeing that taken just quite yet. Look at the bottom though. Is it going to be a repeat of last time we saw this whole song and dance, where it was that 1-for-1 in the end, 1-2 punch-a-roo haymaker down?
Yeah, going in all the way in on I Am Javi will eventually go on down to the Heartbreaker there, but now the fight breaking out around the Baron is going to result in YYC getting caught on out and going down to Pure Genesis. That's going to be 2 as 35701 falls down, and this should be Baron coming on through here. The Chain CC on a Nightingale. Pure Genesis wants to keep the fight going here up against his lane opponent. The Flash, as he's got pinpoint accuracy with these Abscond Abducts, and that should be Baron buff coming on through here.
He was coming.
Javi's
Not in time.
Smite down comes through. Zadox gets that purple buff for his team.
And now Zenigma very firmly in the driver's seat. They already were, but now they're in the super driver's seat. I guess pilot's seat is probably a bit more apt here because
It was a little faster.
yeah, plus also it's not like other people can really take control from you in a plane because passengers don't typically be flight certified. Here's that fight. Turns out 4 versus 2.5. Bit of a bloodbath when you see Pure Genesis go over the wall. Get on top of your 80 carry.
Yeah. And Pure Genesis just getting more and more Magi stacks, by the way, at every turn here. So continually just getting himself more and more gold value beyond just the kill gold. I think he is at 22 stacks now. That's a lot. That's a lot by any means, Goferino. And it means that he's going to have a whole bunch more AP than you generally should have at 22 minutes into the game.
Yep.
Breaking the rules.
No more chains, to quote Silas himself. Turns out the team, with this massive gold lead, with the Baron buff, they shred through turrets. Should be able to shred through this inhibitor. There is no set in the area from Diesel, so if a Mega Game and Wildcard really wanted to, they could try to force something there, but that's not going to be the case. They're getting rooted on up.
Focus on a 35701 first and foremost. They'll take whatever target is closest. Nightingale blinks in, but actually just gets bitten for it and is going to get taken out. Zadox! 2 Qs, and the mid laner is out of there. And that's going to be a 5 versus 4 scenario now as the siege onto the base is starting off for Team Zenigma Solar. They burst on through that mid lane inhibitor easily, like it's made out of paper, and they flash forward onto YYC. He's locked down, and the Hextech ultimatum stolen away by Pure Genesis, and that's going to be the fight getting broken out on. Hakai has got the exact fight lines that he wants. He's fighting with the red and white guns. That's going to be a clean 5-for-0 ace for Zenigma Solar, and the story was different, but it ends exactly the same as Zenigma take a 3-2 victory over Omega Gaming Wildcard.
Omega Gaming Wildcard did push him to the brink, but Zenigma saying enough is enough here in this game 5 and taking on down Omega Gaming Wildcard for the final time this series and for the final time this season. Zenigma are your risen divine champions.
Congratulations to Team Zenigma there, making it dramatic. You know, they were looking like they were on the verge of a 3-0 there. We were really doubting, especially over here in the production chat, we really doubted that Omega Gaming Wildcard draft in game number 3. But, you know, props to Omega as well, fighting their way back on some drafts that were really non-traditional. Getting their way back, and they're here at the last possible hurdle, and a pop-off 11-0 in 6 game from Pure Genesis on the Silas, showing why he's the starter. You know, would have been a little bit embarrassing to come back and lose the series when your substitute was winning all the games.
Yeah, especially after you like rushed home after your flight landed to make this game. Yeah,
On my way to throw the grand finals.
yeah. This is where we drop in our Risen Divine Finals, quite literally. Props to them, though, because going deathless in this game with how bloody it was, yes, it did snowball very hard in the favor of Zenigma. You are still that Silas who is vulnerable early on. You do still get kind of vulnerable in those fights because you have Sondeduct on in, and you get Focus Fight just a little bit and then burst on down, but that's not the case. Pure Genesis showing how it is done.
Yeah, okay, so we need to throw to a quick break. We are going to get Pure Genesis in here to do a quick interview post-season after his grand finals victory. But Caddy needs a moment to set it up. So we're going to throw it to a quick break here, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Risen Divine League's Grand Finals. Team Zenigma Solar have claimed this series here in 5 games, winning it in a 3-2 fashion over Omega Gaming Wildcard. We are joined by Pure Genesis here, the mid laner himself, showing up fashionably late as always. Congratulations on your win tonight, Pure Genesis, and I gotta ask the question on everybody's mind: where were you for games 1 through 3, my man?
Damn, man. Jeez, where do I even start? I woke up in Cali. We're in Corona. I was with fam, and woke up, and we got out the door, head to Vegas, and stopped by a few stores here and there, and then we got on our plane. To be honest, it's all just a blur because I was kind of sleeping this whole trip, and then next thing you know, I wake up to my plane freaking shaking violently. I don't know, man. I thought I was gonna die, so I was like, "All right, boys, we need a sub mid." So they came with Tango. Um, we landed, and I was like, "All right, I'm alive. I think I can play game 3 because I wasn't gonna make it for game 2 because I got locked outside my house." Um, yeah, that's where I was at.
So you went with Mr. Worldwide strat, I see.
It was
I
it
do,
was quite the trip, man. I don't know. I didn't even think I was gonna play at all today. I told
yeah.
Demos, I was like, I don't even know if I'm gonna make it, but I'm gonna try. And they had a gaming arena in Vegas, so I was like, maybe I could try that. I don't know.
Oh yeah, they do have a gaming arena
They
in
do, they
Vegas.
do.
Yeah, tournament at Cast was once there. I do gotta ask though, because Omega Gaming Wildcard was kind of bringing it back. What do you think was the main thing you guys did in that game 5 to really stop the momentum from Omega Gaming Wildcard? Because especially in game 3, it seemed like Axum really hard winning in the top lane. It seemed like they were just kind of winning in the objectives across the map. So what was the big shakeup for you guys in game 5?
I kind of have to remember those games. I think
Fair.
g- game 3 Tango was the last game that you played.
Yeah.
Game 4 I came in and I don't know, we were just a bit shaky on like, objectives and timers and I don't know why, but I feel like we have a mental block against Vayne. So I don't banning that kind of helped in game 5 and also we kind of played comfort in game 5.
Hmm.
So it was also just we had a good draft, so I think we had a plan going into game 5.
I'm a little curious on Boschetti's support picks here. He went for Vex in game number 1, and he went for the Pike in game number 2, and then
Dude,
kind of went back to the meta
I couldn't
stuff.
tell you what that man's gonna play in support, man. he'll just randomly play some random shit in the support and make it work. That guy is just yeah. I couldn't tell you, man. His
So
picks are really
the
niche.
inner workings of his mind are an enigma. You can't tell me why he plays certain things he
I
does.
can't, man.
Enigma.
I couldn't tell you why or what or when and why.
All right,
I don't know,
I'll
man.
change questions then. So up against this is your second time playing against Omega Gaming Wildcard. You guys have gone to Game 5 both times. What do you think it is about the matchup against Omega Gaming where you guys have gone the full way both times here? And or why do you think you guys always manage to pull it on out in the game number 5?
Well, I mean, they're a really good team. I mean, I used to be their former mid, so I kind of know most of them. They're really good players. Um, I don't know. This is really close games. I mean, they're Axum's really good. Javi's good. I don't know the ball laner because he's kind of new, but I think he's all right. The support's pretty good. I mean, they're not bad players. So I mean, obviously, like good versus good is always gonna be a close match. But I mean, what pulled us ahead was I guess just picking up what we need to work on. Going into the next game with a better mindset, fixed drafts, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I, I don't know, just close games.
And I kind of want to ask, like, what are I guess mostly for you, but what are your future plans here? Like, not just with the team, but like league in general. Like, are you trying to move on to the next level towards the amateur circuit, or is this kind of where you find home?
Dude, I don't even know, man. I just I just got back from my trip, so I mean, I kind of want to just
A
chill
little
out
too
for a bit.
deeper.
I that's a deep question. I mean, I would need time to sit down and talk about it, but I mean, going forward, I guess obviously I want to get the hell out of D2. I
It's
don't even know
fair.
how I was D2, but yeah, that's I guess where I'm gonna start first, and then maybe talk about the team, the future, and what I want to do. But yeah, that's just my plan going forward right now.
Somebody here looking forward to a little bit of off-season time here. I think that's going to be about it for our time here tonight, but want to hand it over to you before we close it out here, Genesis. Anything you want to say to everybody watching at home? Anybody you want to shout out?
I want to shout out my team. I think they all played well, great players. I want to shout out Javi. I think he also played pretty well. He was the enemy jungler. Axum too. Uh, Then I want to shout out Tango. Um, he's a real one for subbing in for me while I was about to die on a plane. And z- I just want to shout out. Last shout out I want to shout out is Blue. I think he's probably the best org owner I've ever met. And yeah, I mean, thanks guys. Thanks to the viewers, and yeah, that's it for me.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us here, Beer Genesis, and thank you everybody at home for tuning on into tonight's broadcast of tonight's season of the Risen Divine League. That's gonna do it for Risen Divine Winter 2022. It's been a bunch of fun to join you guys here this entire split. There's going to be more Risen Leagues, of course, going on across the next couple of weeks, and I'm sure we will be back for next season. But until then, for myself, Go for Eno, Caddy on production, and the other casting team, thank you all for tuning in this split, and have yourselves a great night.